The GPS should have ended the moment I turned off the main road, but it didn't. It just kept blinking, soft and uncertain, like it was trying to convince itself I was still on something real. Then the line on the map simply disappeared. Not rerouted, not frozen, gone. I slowed the car anyway, headlights cutting through thick trees that weren't supposed to be here according to any map I had ever seen. The road had turned into a narrow dirt path at some point, but I don't remember when exactly. That part bothers me more than anything else, because I do remember deciding to keep going. That was the first mistake. The second mistake was noticing the footprints. Fresh ones, right in the middle of the trail. They weren't mine. I hadn't stepped out yet. I killed the engine. For a moment, everything went quiet in a way that felt wrong. Not peaceful, not natural. It felt like the forest was holding its breath, waiting for me to do something stupid. Then I heard it. Footsteps. Ahead of me. Slow, careful, like someone walking without wanting to be noticed, but also not trying very hard to hide. I leaned forward against the steering wheel, eyes narrowing through the windshield. The headlights only reached so far, and beyond that was just layers of black trees pressing in from both sides like they were listening. The footsteps stopped. So did I. That's when I noticed something worse. The air outside my car wasn't still. It was moving gently, like someone was breathing on the glass. I rolled the window down just a little. Instant regret. The smell hit first. Wet soil, old wood, and something faintly metallic underneath, like rusted iron left in rain too long. Then I heard it again. Footsteps. Closer this time. Not running, not rushing, just matching my hesitation. I whispered hello. Stupid thing to do. No answer. But the footsteps stopped again. Like whoever was out there heard me perfectly. I should have turned the car around right then. I know that, I felt that. But the road behind me looked different now. Narrower, darker, like it was already forgetting it had let me in. That thought made no sense. Still, it stayed with me. I grabbed my phone. No signal, of course. But that wasn't the strange part. The strange part was the GPS app had reopened itself. And it was showing a path. A thin white line deeper into the forest. Label unnamed trail. I didn't select it. It selected itself. Another sound outside. A soft crunch of leaves. Then silence again. I got out of the car. I don't know why I did that. There was no rational reason, no survival instinct, just this pull like something ahead of me was waiting with patience I didn't deserve. The door clicked shut behind me too loudly. The forest reacted. Not visibly, not dramatically, but I felt it. Like something inside the trees had just shifted its attention fully onto me. The trail was worse on foot. The ground wasn't flat anymore. It dipped and rose in uneven patches like the earth itself had forgotten how to be stable. My shoes sank slightly into wet soil with every step. And then I saw them again. Footprints, walking in front of me. Same direction, same pace I was about to take. But they were already there. That's when I stopped pretending this was normal. Okay, I said quietly, mostly to myself. Someone's out here. My voice didn't carry. It died too fast, swallowed by the trees. No echo. No return sound. Just gone. And then the footsteps ahead started again. Like they were answering me. I followed. Not because I wanted to. Because not following felt worse. The deeper I went, the more the forest changed in small, almost unnoticeable ways. The trees grew closer together. The path narrowed. The air felt heavier, like humidity mixed with something older. Something that didn't belong to the present. I checked my phone again. Still no signal. But the GPS had changed. Now it showed two paths. One labeled you, the other labeled ahead. I stopped walking. The footsteps didn't. That's when I realized something that made my stomach tighten slowly. The footprints in front of me, they weren't just leading forward. They were perfectly aligned with mine. Same stride length, same hesitation points. Like whoever was ahead had studied how I moved, or was moving as me. A branch snapped somewhere to my left. I turned fast. Nothing, just trees. But I swear I felt eyes. Not watching from one direction. From everywhere. I started walking again, faster this time. My breathing got louder, but the forest didn't care. It absorbed everything I gave it and gave nothing back. The footsteps ahead sped up too. Not running, just adjusting. That's when the first real open loop hit my mind fully. If someone is ahead of me, why do I feel like I'm being followed from behind too? I didn't look back. I couldn't, because something about that idea felt like it would confirm something I wasn't ready to accept. The trail bent sharply, and there it was, a broken wooden sign half buried in moss. I wiped dirt off it with my sleeve. Only one word remained visible. Black. The rest was gone. Black hollow, black something. I didn't know, but the moment I read it, the forest changed again. The wind stopped completely, like the world had paused just to see what I would do next. Then very softly, the footsteps stopped too. Total silence. That was worse. I stood there, holding my breath without realizing it. Minutes passed, or seconds, I couldn't tell. Then, a whisper. Not in front of me. Not behind. Inside the trees. Don't stop. My skin went cold instantly. I turned in every direction at once, trying to locate it, but there was nothing to see. Just darkness shaped like branches. Who's there? I asked, but my voice came out weaker than I intended. Silence again. Then the footsteps resumed, but now they were behind me. I froze. Slowly, I looked over my shoulder. Nothing, but the footprints were there again. Fresh, right behind mine. Perfectly matching. My breathing started to shake, because now I understood something I didn't want to understand. There was no ahead anymore, only following, and I wasn't sure which one of us was doing it. I started walking faster. The forest responded immediately. Footsteps behind me matched speed. I walked faster again. So did they. That's when I broke into a run. The sound of my shoes hitting the ground became chaotic, uneven, desperate. But the footsteps behind me stayed perfect, controlled, patient, like they knew I would stop eventually. My lungs burned. Branches scratched my arms. The forest turned into a blur of black and shadow. And then I saw it. A light ahead. Small, warm. Like a lantern hanging somewhere deeper in the trees. I ran toward it without thinking. Because light meant human. Human meant safety. Safety meant escape. But as I got closer, something inside me hesitated. Because the light wasn't flickering. It was steady. Too steady. Like it had been waiting for me the entire time. And just as I reached it, the footsteps behind me stopped completely. So did I. The lantern swayed slightly, even though there was no wind. And in that moment of perfect silence, I heard a voice behind me, almost gently. You finally walked far enough. I didn't turn around, because I already knew something terrifying was standing right where I had just been. And worse, It sounded exactly like me. The first time I stopped walking, the forest didn't. That's what made my chest tighten. Because the footsteps behind me, they didn't stop either. They just kept going. Slow, careful, matching my exact rhythm even when I wasn't moving anymore. I stood there in the middle of the pines, holding my breath so hard it hurt. The ground under my shoes felt softer than before, like it was slowly turning into wet sponge. And behind me, crunch, crunch, crunch. Same distance, same pace. Like something was still walking inside my body's memory of movement. I whispered, okay, this is not real. But the forest didn't care what I believed. A cold breeze passed through the trees, and every pine needle above me shifted at the same time. Not random, not natural. Coordinated. Like the entire forest had learned how to listen together. I turned my head slightly, just enough to see the path behind me. Nothing, just darkness between trees. But the footprints were still there, fresh, perfectly aligned with mine. Even though I wasn't moving. My stomach dropped slowly, like it didn't know how fast to fall. Because that meant one thing. Something was still walking as me. A branch cracked somewhere to my right. I flinched so hard my shoulders hurt. Then silence again. But now silence felt wrong in a different way. Not empty, not peaceful. Controlled. Like it was being held down by something bigger than me. I took one step forward just to test it. Crunch. The moment my foot hit the ground, the footsteps behind me answered instantly. One step. Perfect match. I stopped again. So did they. I turned fully this time. My flashlight was shaking in my hand, even though I didn't remember turning it on. The beam cut through the trees in short, nervous bursts. Nothing moved, but I could feel it, not see it. Feel it like pressure on the back of my neck. Watching without eyes, waiting without impatience. I try to speak again. Whoever is there, just show yourself. My voice sounded weak in the forest, like it didn't belong to me anymore. No answer, only the soft sound of leaves shifting. Then, footsteps again, behind me. But this time, they weren't just matching me. They were slightly faster, one beat ahead, like it was learning, like it was improving. My throat went dry instantly. I started walking again, slower this time, carefully testing each step. Crunch, behind me. Perfect. I walked slower. It slowed too. I stopped mid-step. It stopped mid-step. That's when I realized something that made my hands go cold. It wasn't following me. It was predicting me. I swallowed hard and forced myself to breathe. Okay, I whispered, trying to think logically. Could be echo, could be animals, could be. A second set of footsteps appeared. Not behind me. To my left. I froze. Two different directions now. Slow, patient. Then a third set. Right side. My mind refused to accept it at first. I actually laughed once, small and nervous. Yeah, no, that's not possible. But the forest didn't argue. It just added another sound. Behind me again. So now there were four. Four directions. All matching my presence. Not rushing. Not attacking. Just synchronizing. Like I was the center of something that had already been happening long before I arrived. My flashlight beam flicked wildly as I turned in place. Trees, shadows, trees, more shadows. Nothing human. But the footsteps kept going. All around me now. Not close enough to see anything, but close enough to know I was surrounded by something that didn't need to be seen to exist. I backed up slowly. My heel hit something soft. I looked down. Fresh footprint. Mine. But I hadn't stepped there. I stepped forward quickly. The footprint behind me didn't disappear. It stayed, waiting, like the forest was keeping records of me, even when I wasn't writing them. That's when the panic started to rise properly. Not loud, not explosive, quiet, heavy, like water filling my chest. I turned in a full circle again. "Stop this," I said, louder this time. My voice cracked halfway through. The forest didn't stop, but something changed. The footsteps got closer. Not suddenly, gradually, like everything around me had decided I was no longer worth giving space to. I ran. I didn't plan it. My body just did it. Branches hit my arms. My legs burned instantly. The ground turned uneven, like the forest itself was trying to trip me. But the footsteps didn't chase me. They stayed perfectly behind. Always the same distance. Always matching. No matter how fast I ran. That was worse, because chasing means emotion. This felt like calculation. Like I was part of an equation that had already been solved. I burst into a small clearing without realizing it. Moonlight hit the ground for the first time, and I saw something that made me slow down without meaning to. A circle of footprints. Mine, standing still. But I wasn't standing there. My breath stopped completely, because the circle wasn't random. It was precise, like I had walked in loops without knowing. The footsteps behind me stopped too, right at the edge of the clearing. Not entering, waiting. I stood in the center, completely still now, watching my own footprints arranged like proof of something I never did. Then I heard it, very close, behind me. A voice, soft, almost curious. "You're starting to notice." I spun around instantly. No one there, but the footprints at the edge had changed. They were closer now, just one step inside the clearing. Like something had finally crossed a line it wasn't supposed to. My chest tightened painfully. "Who are you?" I asked. The forest answered instead. A long, slow creak of trees, bending slightly without wind. Then the footsteps moved again. One step closer. I backed away slowly. My heel hit another footprint. This one was already filled. Already mine. Except I hadn't stepped there yet. My mind started to split between two thoughts. Either I was losing track of my own movement, or something was walking my path before I chose it. The second idea felt worse. Much worse. I turned toward the darkest part of the forest, and that's when I saw it. A silhouette, barely visible between the trees. Not fully formed, just enough shape to suggest a person standing very still, watching me. My breath caught instantly. I raised the flashlight. The beam hit the space. Nothing. Empty. But the footsteps all around me stopped at the same time. Every single one. Complete silence. Even my own breathing felt too loud. I took a step back without thinking. Crunch. Behind me. One single step answered. Not from the clearing. From right behind me. So close I felt it in my spine. I didn't turn. I couldn't. Because something in me already understood. The footsteps weren't behind me anymore. They were inside my pattern now. And whatever was walking them had finally learned enough to stand where I was going to be next. The first thing I saw was the door. It was already open. Just slightly. Like someone had stopped waiting for me. and decided I would come in anyway. The ranger station sat in the middle of the forest like it had been dropped there and forgotten. Old wood, faded green paint, broken fence half swallowed by grass that looked too tall to be natural. But what made my stomach tighten wasn't the building. It was the silence around it. Even the wind felt paused, like the forest didn't want me listening to anything else. I stepped closer slowly, each step crunching dry leaves that should have been soft with moisture. My flashlight beam wobbled across the porch, and I noticed something strange. Footprints. Mine. Already leading up the steps. Fresh. I stopped instantly, because I hadn't been here before. I hadn't even decided to come here until I saw the structure through the trees. So why did my footprints already know the way? My throat went dry. I looked back into the forest. Nothing moved, but I could feel it again. That pressure behind me. The same feeling from before. Like something was standing exactly where I would turn if I turned too quickly. I forced myself forward. One step, then another. The wooden steps creaked under my weight, but the sound felt wrong. Too delayed. Like the building was reacting after hearing me, not when I actually stepped. I reached the door. The wood was scratched deeply, almost like claw marks, but not sharp enough to be animal. More like repeated pressure. Slow carving. I pushed the door. It opened without resistance. Inside, the air changed immediately. Cold, stale, dust-heavy. But underneath that, something else. Paper, old ink, and something faintly burnt. My flashlight cut through the darkness. A small room. A desk. A broken radio, set still sitting upright like someone had just left it mid-conversation. And walls covered in pinned papers. Maps, reports, handwritten notes. All yellowed, all still intact. Like time had stopped protecting them. I stepped inside slowly. The door behind me clicked shut. Not slammed, just closed. Softly, like it knew I was already committed. I turned quickly. No one there. Of course, but my footprints on the wooden floor were already visible again. Leading inside. That made my chest tighten harder, because now it wasn't just outside. It had followed me in. I walked toward the desk. The radio crackled once. Just once. Then silence again. I froze. My eyes locked on it. It wasn't turned on. At least not properly. But the power light was faintly glowing. Like it had been waiting for me specifically. I leaned closer. And that's when I saw the logbook. Open. Pages slightly curled. As if someone had been reading it moments ago. My hand hovered above it for a second before I touched it. The paper was cold. Not room temperature cold. Forest cold. Like it had been left outside for too long. The first entry was normal. Routine ranger notes. Weather checks. Trail maintenance. Then the handwriting changed. Slightly uneven. Rushed. Date 11 days ago. 2 hikers reported hearing voices in the trees. No signal interference detected. They insist the forest is speaking in their names. My stomach tightened. I turned the page. Another entry. 3rd group missing. Their tracks lead in circles. GPS shows straight line movement. Something is wrong with mapping equipment. Another page. The handwriting now looked unstable. Like whoever wrote it was shaking. The trees are not silent anymore. They repeat what we say. Not echoes, not wind, they respond. I swallowed hard. My throat felt like sandpaper. I turned another page. This one had a drawing. Not words. A sketch. Of trees. But the trees had mouths. Small, uneven openings along the bark. Not realistic, but disturbingly detailed. Like someone had seen them. Or believed they had. Then I heard it. Behind me. A soft radio static. I turned slowly. The radio light was now fully on. Green glow. Weak but steady. Then a voice. Not clear. Not human clean. Distorted. Like it was coming from underwater. Station still active. I stepped back instantly. The chair in front of the radio creaked. But nothing was sitting in it. The voice continued. Reporting movement inside. My skin went cold. Because the voice wasn't asking. It was confirming. I looked down at the floor. My footprints had changed. They weren't just leading in anymore. Now they were leading around the room. Like I had already walked circles inside it without remembering. My breathing got faster. I forced myself to focus. Okay, think, I whispered. But my voice felt wrong. Softer than usual. Almost delayed. The radio crackled again. This time louder. A second voice came through. Different tone. Younger. Panicked. We told you it follows. The forest doesn't stop copying. Static cut it off. I stumbled forward, gripping the desk. What happened here? I said aloud. The logbook flipped itself. Not by wind. Not by my hand. One page turned slowly. Then another, stopping on a page that wasn't written in ink. It was written in something darker, almost pressed into the paper, like fingernails. This station is not a safe place. It is a listening point. My heartbeat slowed for a second, because I didn't understand what that meant. Then the radio answered. Calmly, too calmly. Listening confirmed. I stepped away from the desk instantly. My flashlight beam shook wildly across the room. And that's when I saw them. More logs pinned on the far wall. Not notes. Not reports. Photographs. Missing persons. Hikers. Rangers. All of them had one thing in common. They were all standing in forests. But behind them, the trees looked different. Subtly, in every photo. Like something was slightly closer in each one. Watching, my stomach twisted hard. Because I realized something I didn't want to accept. The forest wasn't the background. It was the subject. A loud crack came from outside. I spun toward the door. It was still closed, but now the handle was slowly turning. Not fast, not forcefully, carefully, like whoever was outside knew I was already watching. The radio voice spoke again, but this time it was closer, much closer. You are inside the recording now. My legs went weak for a second. I stepped back toward the wall instinctively. My flashlight flicked across the room again, and I saw something that made my breath stop completely. Another set of footprints. Inside the room. Not mine. Not from the door. From the corner. Leading toward me. Slow. Fresh. As if something had just finished standing there. My voice came out barely audible. No. The door handle stopped moving. Silence returned. But it wasn't relief. It was anticipation. Then a soft whisper came from the radio. Almost gentle. They are learning your shape now. The logbook page flipped again. Without warning. New entry. Fresh ink. Still wet. I think one of them entered the station. I stepped back until my shoulder hit the wall. My breathing felt loud now. Too loud. Like the room was using it to locate me. The footprints on the floor stopped moving. Right in front of me. I couldn't see what made them, but I could feel presence. Close enough that the air changed. Heavier, more focused. The radio crackled one last time, and the voice said something that didn't sound like language anymore. It sounded like imitation. Perfect imitation of my own voice. Don't turn around. I froze. My entire body locked. Because I hadn't spoken. And yet, it sounded exactly like me. The silence that followed was absolute. Even the forest outside stopped pretending to breathe. And in that silence, I understood something I wish I hadn't. The ranger station wasn't abandoned. It was waiting. And whatever was inside it before me had just learned I was here now too. The wind said my name first. Very softly. Like it already knew I would recognize it. I froze inside the ranger station, my hand still half raised near the logbook. The radio behind me hissed once, then went silent again. But the silence didn't feel empty anymore. It felt attentive. Outside, the trees moved without wind. And then it came again. Kashif. My entire body locked. Because that was my name. Not the one I use casually. Not the one strangers guess. It was the exact name my mother used when she was worried. I stepped back slowly, my heel scraping wood. No, I whispered. No, that's not possible. The wind passed through the broken window. Just a thin breath. And it answered me again. Kashif, don't turn around. My stomach dropped instantly. Because I hadn't moved. Not even a little. I was already facing the wall. The voice wasn't guessing anymore. It was watching. I forced myself to breathe, but the air inside the station felt heavier now, like every breath was being counted. I looked at the logbook again. The page was still open, but the writing had changed. New lines were appearing, slowly, as if something invisible was writing them in real time. I leaned closer without thinking, and the words formed completely. He is inside LISTNING range. My throat went dry. Behind me, the wind shifted again. But this time, it didn't sound like air. It sounded like someone exhaling through trees. Then it spoke again. Not my name this time. A different voice. A woman's voice. Soft, familiar. Fatima. My heart stopped for half a second. Fatima. My wife's name. I turned sharply toward the door. Nothing there. Just the dark forest pressing against the broken glass. But the wind continued, like it had already memorized her. Fatima is worried, it whispered. She is thinking about your last message. My hands started shaking. No, stop, I said under my breath. That's not real, that's not possible. But the forest didn't argue. It just got closer. The trees outside creaked slightly, like they were leaning in to hear better. And then the wind added something worse. She checked your phone twice today. I staggered back one step. Because that detail, that small private detail, it was correct. I hadn't told anyone that. Not even her. My chest tightened. The station suddenly felt smaller. The walls felt closer, like the building was shrinking around me, adjusting to my panic. The radio flickered again. A faint burst of static. Then a new voice slipped through. Male unknown. Don't trust what speaks in wind. I turned toward it instantly. The radio was shaking slightly on its own, like something on the other side was trying to push through it. The wind outside shifted again, and now it sounded annoyed. Not angry, not loud, just aware that I was resisting. It spoke again. Your friend Ali is driving tonight. I froze. Ali, my closest friend. I hadn't told anyone about him coming to pick me up tomorrow. My lips parted, but no sound came out. The wind continued, smoother now. He is tired. He is thinking of calling you, but he will not. My knees felt weak, because that matched reality too closely, too perfectly. I grabbed the desk for support, trying to ground myself. No, I whispered again, weaker this time. No, this is just coincidence. But the wind didn't stop. It moved through the station like it owned the space now. And then it did something new. It started listing names, one by one. People I knew, people I hadn't thought about in days. My cousin, my colleague, a neighbor I barely spoke to. Each name came with something attached. A detail, a thought, a memory I didn't ask for. It was like the forest was reading my mind out loud and enjoying it. I covered my ears for a moment, but it didn't help. The voice wasn't coming from outside anymore. It was coming from everything. The walls, the floor, the broken radio. Even my own breathing started to feel like it was repeating the words. Then it stopped. Sudden silence. So complete it hurt. I lowered my hand slowly. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. For a moment, I thought it was over. That maybe it was just psychological. Stress, fear, isolation doing its job. Then the wind returned. But this time, it didn't speak from outside. It spoke from behind me. Very close. Right at my shoulder level. And it said something I will never forget. Turn slowly. My body didn't obey immediately, because something in me still hoped this was hallucination. But the wind repeated it. Calm, patient, turn slowly. I swallowed hard. My fingers tightened against the desk. Then I turned. Slowly. The flashlight beam followed my movement before I even lifted it properly. And I saw it. The ranger station door. Still closed. But the space around it wasn't right. The air there was moving differently. Like something was standing just out of sight. Right where the wind was thickest. And then it spoke again. Closer. My name is Imran. I froze, because I knew that name too. A ranger. The logbook had mentioned him. Missing 3 weeks ago. My flashlight flicked toward the door frame. Nothing visible. But the voice continued. I tried to leave notes, but the forest reads faster than we write. My breath shook. The wind inside the station now felt layered. Multiple directions at once. Not one voice anymore. Several. Overlapping. Like different people trapped in the same breath. Another name appeared. Rashid. Then another. Sarah. Each name came with a fragment of story. Missing hiker, lost ranger, unreported case. The forest wasn't just speaking. It was remembering. And sharing. My mind started to fracture between fear and curiosity. Because part of me didn't want to listen. But another part needed to understand. I whispered, "What happened to you?" The wind paused, then answered gently. We became easier to repeat than to find. My stomach twisted. That sentence didn't feel like language. It felt like truth shaped into words. The radio suddenly crackled again. Louder this time. A different tone inside it. More urgent. "Leave the station," the voice said. I turned toward it fast. Static filled the room. The wind responded immediately. "No," it said calmly. "He is safer inside listening range." The two voices overlapped. One from the radio, one from the air. Two systems arguing over me. My breathing got faster. "Stop," I said loudly now. "Both of you stop." Silence hit instantly. The wind, the radio, even the forest outside. Everything paused. Then the wind spoke one final name. My own. But this time, it wasn't just saying it. It was correcting it. Like it had been saying it wrong before. "Kashif," it repeated softly, "you are not alone in your movement anymore." My blood turned cold. Because that was when I noticed it. My footprints on the wooden floor. They were still there. But now, they were slightly ahead of where I was standing. Just one step. Like something had taken my place for a moment. My legs felt numb. I looked down slowly, and I saw it clearly. A second set of footprints overlapping mine. Inside the station. Fresh, facing the same direction as me. But I hadn't moved. The wind outside softened again, almost like it was satisfied. Then it whispered one last thing, almost kindly. "You are learning to be heard." The radio went completely silent. The forest outside stopped moving. And for the first time since entering this place, I wasn't sure if I was the one listening anymore, or the one being spoken through. The door was open when I turned around again. But I didn't open it. And I know I didn't. Because I was still standing in the same spot, my hands frozen in midair, my breath stuck somewhere between fear and disbelief. Yet the door of the ranger station stood wide open. And outside, the forest was no longer silent. It was breathing again. Slowly, like it had been holding itself back just for this moment. I took one step forward without thinking, and my foot hit wet soil instead of wood. That made my stomach drop instantly, because I was no longer inside the station. I was outside. I don't remember crossing the threshold. I swear I don't. But the building was behind me now, dark and still, like it had already forgotten I was ever inside it. My flashlight flickered weakly, and in that flicker, I saw something that made my skin go cold. Footprints, leading away from the station. My footprints, but I hadn't moved yet, at least not consciously. I looked down slowly, and I saw something worse. There were two sets, one standing still where I was, and one already walking ahead of me into the forest. I stepped back instantly. My heart started pounding hard, uneven. "No," I whispered. "No, no, no." But the walking footprints didn't stop. They kept going. Slow, calm, familiar, like they knew exactly where they were heading. The wind picked up slightly, and it sounded different now. Not like voices, not like names. Something worse, like imitation, like the forest trying to copy how I breathe. I turned toward the station again, hoping maybe I had just missed something. But the building looked wrong now. The windows were dark, too dark, like there was nothing inside them anymore. No desk, no radio, no logbook, just empty space pretending to be a structure. My chest tightened. I stepped forward slowly, and that's when I saw him, or what I thought was him, standing near the edge of the trees, facing away from me. Same height, same jacket, same posture. Me, or something wearing me. My mouth went dry instantly. I whispered, "That's not possible." The figure didn't move, but the forest around him did. The trees leaned slightly in his direction, like they recognized him, like they accepted him. A cold thought formed in my mind. What if the forest wasn't trying to kill me? What if it was trying to replace me? The figure finally moved. One step forward, then another. Not running, not rushing, just leaving, walking deeper into the forest like he belonged there more than I ever did. I took a step forward without thinking. "Hey," I shouted. My voice cracked through the trees. The figure stopped, slowly, then turned his head slightly. Not fully, just enough for me to see the side of his face. It was mine, but not exactly. The expression was wrong. Calm, too calm, like I had already accepted something I was still fighting. A soft voice came from him. My voice, but not mine. "You stayed too long listening." My stomach dropped so hard it felt like I fell inside myself. I shook my head. "No, I'm here, I'm right here." The figure tilted his head slightly, almost curious. Then he spoke again. "You are here," he said softly, "but not all of you stayed consistent." My flashlight flickered again, and in that flicker, I saw something standing behind him. Something tall, blurry, like a shadow that hadn't decided what shape to take yet. The forest behind it looked open, like a path had been cleared, not destroyed, prepared, as if something had been waiting for this moment for a very long time. My figure, took another step forward, and the forest responded immediately. Branches shifted to let him pass. No resistance, no hesitation, like it was guiding him out. My breath turned shallow. I started walking fast now. "Wait," I called again, "stop." But he didn't stop. And worse, he didn't even look back this time. Like I was the one who didn't belong in his direction anymore. I broke into a run. The ground felt unstable under me, like it wasn't fully committed to holding my weight. Branches scratched my arms. Leaves hit my face. But I didn't stop, because I understood something terrifying now. If that version of me left the forest first, then something else would have to stay behind. And I didn't know which one I was anymore. The trees opened slightly ahead. Not randomly, deliberately. A path forming. The same path my other self was already walking. I pushed through the last line of branches and stumbled into a clearing. And I saw him clearly, standing at the center, facing away from me again, still walking slowly. But now I noticed something new. He wasn't leaving footprints anymore. He was leaving impressions, like the ground was remembering him instead of marking him. I stepped forward, and the moment I did, he stopped completely. The forest stopped too, even the wind. Everything paused, like the world was waiting for one of us to make the final decision. Slowly he turned, fully this time, and I saw my face staring back at me. But the eyes were different. They were calm in a way I've never been, like something had finally finished learning me. He spoke softly, almost kindly. "You're tired of being observed," he said. I didn't answer, because I couldn't. He took one step toward me, and I felt something shift inside my chest. Not fear, recognition, like part of me had been expecting this outcome long before I understood it. He continued, "The forest listens better when you stop resisting." I shook my head again, but weaker this time. I didn't agree to this. He smiled slightly, a small tired smile. You did, he said, every time you answered back. The wind picked up gently behind him, but instead of chaos, it felt like approval, like the forest was confirming something I hadn't accepted yet. I took one step back and immediately felt it. Something inside me got lighter. Not relief, absence, like a piece of my awareness had shifted somewhere else. My breath shook. "What did you do to me?" I whispered. He didn't answer directly. Instead, he pointed behind me. Slowly, I turned and saw it, a path leading out of the forest. Bright, clear, unnatural, like the world had been edited to let something pass through. Freedom, or what looked like it. I turned back instantly, but he was already closer now, standing where I had just been. "I'm not taking your life," he said quietly. "I'm taking the part that keeps hearing the forest." My throat tightened, because I understood that sentence in a way I didn't want to. He stepped closer again, and I felt something inside me loosen, like a thread being pulled gently from deep inside my thoughts. I stumbled backward. "No," I said. "No, I don't want this." He stopped, and for the first time, he looked almost sad. "I know," he said. Then he added softly, "That's why you're still here." The wind suddenly rushed through the clearing. Harder now, louder, and in it I heard something I hadn't heard before. Not names, not voices, just silence trying to speak. My vision blurred for a moment, and when it cleared, he was gone. The forest was quiet again. The path out still existed, but something felt wrong about it now. Too clean, too easy, like it wasn't meant for me anymore. I stood there for a long time, not moving, not thinking properly, just feeling the absence, or something used to be inside me. A memory I couldn't fully hold anymore. Then I heard footsteps behind me. Slow, familiar, matching my rhythm perfectly. I didn't turn around, because I already knew. Whatever left the forest wearing my identity was still learning how to walk in the world outside. And I wasn't sure anymore which of us was the original, or if the forest even cared. The gate was already open when we arrived at entry point 9. That should not have been possible, because I was holding the only key. I remember the sound of it clearly, metal clicking in my pocket, heavy and certain. A small thing that was supposed to control access to a restricted zone, a boundary between safe and do not enter. But the forest had already crossed that line before us, and it felt like it knew we were coming. I stepped out of the vehicle first. Cold air hit my face instantly. Not normal cold. This was deeper, like the air had been stored underground for a long time and just released. Behind me, the others stayed quiet. 4 rangers in total. All experienced, all trained, and still no one spoke, because we all saw the same thing. The sign at entry point 9 was bent inward, not broken, not damaged by wind, bent like something had leaned on it from the other side for too long. Black Hollow Restricted Zone, it read. The paint was faded, but the words still felt sharp. Too sharp, like they had been written recently, even though the report said this sign had been here for years. I adjusted my flashlight and stepped forward. The beam cut into the forest line, and immediately it felt like the trees moved closer. Not physically, but attention-wise, like we had just been noticed. One of the rangers behind me cleared his throat. "Still think it's just missing hikers?" he asked quietly. His voice didn't sound confident. I didn't answer right away, because the truth was, I wasn't sure anymore. 3 disappearances in 2 weeks. No bodies, no tracks leaving the zone, just entries going in, never coming out. I looked at the forest again. It should be simple, I said. Search pattern, track recovery, we get in and out. Even as I said it, it sounded wrong. Like the forest was listening to how I framed it, and disagreeing silently. We crossed the boundary line. The moment my boot passed it, something changed. Not visibly, but in sound. The insects stopped. Completely. No birds. No wind. Just a sudden absence that made my ears feel too exposed. I stopped walking. So we all heard that, right? One of the rangers said behind me. No one answered him, because we all did. But we didn't want to confirm it out loud. We moved deeper. Slow, controlled steps. Flashlights cutting narrow tunnels through the dark. And the forest stayed still. Too still. Like it was waiting for something specific before it reacted. That was the first thing that bothered me. Forests are never this patient. 10 minutes in, we found the first marker. A red ribbon tied to a tree. Standard search protocol. Except it was tied too neatly. Perfect knot. No fraying. No dirt. Like it had been placed minutes ago, not days. One of the rangers reached for it. I stopped him. Don't touch anything yet, I said. He hesitated, then nodded. We continued forward, following the markers. One after another. Red ribbons. All clean. All fresh. Too fresh. And then we found something worse. A boot. Half buried in soil. Facing upward. Still tied. Still intact. I crouched slowly. The material wasn't torn. It wasn't decomposed. It looked placed. Like someone had taken it off carefully and set it there. My flashlight beam shifted slightly, and I saw the soil around it. Footprints, but not leading away. Only circling. Around the same spot. Over and over. My throat tightened. This is not a normal missing persons case, I said quietly. No one argued, because now they were seeing it too. We moved further. The forest started changing shape subtly. Not trees moving, but spacing. Paths narrowing without reason. Branches leaning in unnatural symmetry. Like the forest was adjusting its geometry around us. One of the rangers finally spoke again. Sir, GPS is dead. I checked my device. Nothing. No signal. No coordinates. Just blank screen. And then something worse happened. My compass started spinning. Slow at first. Then faster. Like it couldn't decide what direction meant anymore. I stopped walking again. Okay, I said slowly. We switched to visual tracking, stay together. But when I turned around, we weren't fully together anymore. One of the rangers was gone. Just missing between steps. No sound. No warning. No movement. Just absence. I felt my chest tighten immediately. Where is he? I asked sharply. The others turned in confusion. He was right behind you, one said. We looked around fast. Flashlight sweeping through trees. Calling his name. No answer. Only silence. Then something strange happened. A faint sound. From deeper in the forest. A voice. Not shouting. Not panicked. Just calm. Here. We froze. Because it sounded like him. We followed the sound. Against protocol. Against logic. Deeper into Black Hollow. and the forest allowed it. No resistance, no obstruction, almost like it was guiding us. 10 more minutes, then 20, and then we saw him, standing between two trees, perfectly still, back turned toward us. My relief should have come immediately, but it didn't, because something about his posture felt wrong. Too aligned, too still, like he had been placed there instead of walking there. "Hey," one of the rangers called. He didn't respond. I stepped forward slowly. "Report your status," I said. Still nothing. We approached carefully, and then I saw it. His boots were clean. No dirt. No moisture. Like he hadn't walked through the same forest we did. I reached out. "Turn around." He did. Slowly. Too slowly. And when he faced us, my stomach dropped. His eyes were open, but unfocused, not looking at us, looking through us. And his mouth moved, but the voice that came out wasn't his. It was layered, multiple tones, like the forest was speaking through him in fragments. "You are early," it said. One of the rangers stepped back instantly. What the hell is that supposed to mean? The possessed voice tilted its head slightly. "Search pattern incomplete." My flashlight shook slightly. I forced my voice steady. "Where is the missing team?" A pause. Then the man spoke again. "They continued." "Continued where?" I asked. The forest around us seemed to lean in closer. And then the answer came. Not from him. From everywhere. Inside repetition. Silence hit instantly. Even the wind disappeared. One of the rangers whispered, "Sir, we should fall back." I agreed immediately. "Now move." But when we turned around, the path we came from was gone. Not blocked. Not destroyed. Gone. Just trees. Every direction. No entry point. No exit line. Only forest. I felt something cold settle in my chest. Because this wasn't navigation failure. This was structure failure. The forest was no longer behaving like geography. It was behaving like a system. And we were inside it. The possessed ranger took one step forward, then stopped. Not toward us, not away, just stopped, like something inside him had completed a loop. Then he spoke again, calmly. "You are now counted." My breath slowed without permission. "What does that mean?" I asked quietly. No answer. Instead, the forest answered for him. A soft sound of shifting leaves, and then footsteps. Behind us, all at once. Not one direction. Multiple. Surrounding. The others turned in panic. Flashlight swinging wildly. But I already understood. We weren't being followed. We were being joined. I whispered almost to myself. There were never missing hikers. The forest responded immediately through the man. There were only incomplete returns. And that was when I saw it. Between the trees, a faint red ribbon, tied perfectly, fresh, waiting, like it had already been placed for us, ahead of time. And as I looked at it, I realized something worse. It wasn't the first marker we had found. It was the same one. We had walked in a circle without noticing, and something had been counting our steps while we did. The radio shouldn't have had power. That was the first thing I noticed. We had shut everything down before entering Black Hollow Entry Point 9. Standard protocol. No active electronics. No transmissions. No external signals. And yet it was speaking. Sitting on the ranger vehicle dashboard, cracked and dust-covered, the old field radio flickered with a weak green light. Blink, pause, blink. Like it was breathing. I stared at it for a few seconds before I even told the others. Because part of me hoped I was imagining it. That hope died the moment it spoke. A voice came through. Not loud. Not sharp. Just steady. Don't look at the trees. I froze. Everyone did. Even the forest seemed to react. The wind stopped mid-movement, like the world had paused to hear what came next. One of the rangers leaned closer. "What did it say?" he asked. I didn't answer immediately, because I was still trying to understand how a dead radio was transmitting anything at all. Then it repeated. Same voice. Same tone. Don't look at the trees. The words weren't distorted like normal static transmission. They were clear. Too clear. Like someone was standing right behind the speaker, whispering directly into it. I reached out and turned the volume knob down. Nothing changed. The voice continued anyway. Calm. Patient. Like volume didn't matter. I pulled the radio slightly away from the dashboard. The green light flickered stronger. One of the rangers swore under his breath. This unit's dead, it shouldn't even. The radio interrupted him. Don't look at the trees. Silence followed immediately after. But it wasn't empty silence. It was listening silence. The kind that makes you feel like speaking might trigger something worse. I looked around slowly. The forest line stood maybe 20 meters ahead of us. Dense. Still. Too still. I tried to think logically. Could be interference. Old equipment. Residual signal bounce. Anything explainable. But then the radio added something new. Different tone. Slightly lower. Almost tired. You already looked once. My stomach tightened. I hadn't moved. But suddenly, I couldn't remember the last 5 seconds clearly. Like my brain had skipped a frame. One of the rangers laughed nervously. This is some prank, right? No one answered him. Because no one was smiling. The radio crackled again. Static built up slowly, like something waking up. Then the voice came back. Same sentence again. Don't look at the trees. But this time, something changed. The words weren't just sound anymore. They felt directed, like they were aimed at each of us individually. I felt my neck tighten instinctively. My eyes almost moved toward the forest without permission. That scared me more than anything, because I didn't choose that reaction. My body did. I forced myself to look down at the radio instead. The green light was brighter now, pulsing, like it was syncing with something outside. One of the rangers stepped back from the vehicle. I don't like this, he said quietly. We should leave the perimeter. Another answered immediately. We just arrived. But his voice didn't sound confident anymore. It sounded like he was trying to convince himself. The radio suddenly emitted a long static burst. Not loud, not harsh, but stretching, like someone dragging sound across distance. And then, a new voice entered. Different, not distorted, not broken, calm in a way that felt unnatural. Too late for perimeter. I felt my chest tighten instantly, because that wasn't a broadcast tone. That was response, like something was listening to us live. In real time. The ranger beside me whispered, "Is someone inside the forest comms tower?" I shook my head slowly. There is no tower here. We all knew that. That's why this zone was restricted. No infrastructure. No signal systems. No operational network. Just trees. An empty mapping space. The radio crackled again, then repeated its first message. Don't look at the trees. But now it wasn't just warning. It felt like instruction. Like something was trying to prevent a mistake it had already seen happen before. My breathing slowed without permission, and I noticed something strange. The forest was darker than before. Not night dark, but depth dark, like visibility itself was being reduced. I checked my flashlight instinctively. It still worked, but the beam felt weaker, like the trees were absorbing light before it reached them. The radio suddenly changed tone again. Urgent, faster, you will want to look. That hit harder than anything else. Because it was right. Something inside me did want to look. Not curiosity, not fear. Something deeper, like instinct being pulled. I gripped the radio harder. What do you want? I said aloud. The response came immediately. Almost too immediately. Not what we want. Pause. Then, what is already happening? One of the rangers stepped forward suddenly. No more talking to it, he said sharply. Cut it off. He reached for the radio. I stopped him instinctively. Don't touch it. But he hesitated only a second, then pressed the power button anyway. The green light didn't turn off. It brightened, instantly, like it was reacting. The forest responded at the same time. A subtle shift in the trees. Not movement, alignment, like everything outside had leaned slightly closer to us. The ranger pulled his hand back fast. What the hell? The radio spoke again. But now the voice had changed completely. It sounded closer, like it was inside the device instead of coming through it. You are already in observation range. My throat went dry. I looked at the others. None of them were joking anymore. No skepticism left. Just slow realization building in their faces. The ranger who touched the radio stepped back. I didn't press that, he said quietly. No one responded, because we all saw it. His finger had stopped just above the button, but the radio still reacted, like it didn't need contact anymore. The voice returned, calmer now, almost disappointed. First mistake recorded. I felt a cold wave pass through my body. Recorded. That word didn't belong here. This wasn't communication. It was documentation. The forest wasn't just speaking to us. It was tracking us. One of the rangers whispered, "Sir, should we move deeper or retreat?" I hesitated, for the first time since entering Black Hollow, because both options felt wrong. The radio answered before I could. Direction does not matter. My skin tightened. The ranger who had touched it suddenly backed away from the vehicle entirely. I don't like this thing, he said again. It's like it's talking about us, not to us. That was the moment everything shifted. Because he was right. It wasn't addressing us. It was observing us, classifying us, like data points moving through a system. The radio crackled softly again, and then it said something that made my stomach drop. 3 units present. I looked at the others immediately. We were 4. 4 rangers. I counted them. I counted myself. Again. Still 4. I turned back to the radio. What do you mean? I said slowly. The response came instantly. 4 detected earlier. Pause. Now 3 stable. Silence hit the group like a physical weight. One of the rangers whispered, "Earlier. What does it mean earlier?" No one answered, because we all started remembering the same thing at once. The arrival, the briefing, the gate, the walk to entry point 9. And then, a gap, a missing frame, something that didn't belong in memory. The ranger beside me slowly raised his hand. There were 4 of us, he said carefully. There still are. But his voice didn't sound convinced anymore. The radio gave no response for a few seconds. Just static. Then, correction accepted. I felt my breath catch. Accepted. Not confirmed. Accepted. Like disagreement didn't matter. Like reality was being edited in real time. The forest beyond the vehicle grew darker again. Not visually, but perceptually. Distance felt wrong now. Like the trees were both closer and farther at the same time. The radio spoke one last time. Soft. Final. Do not look at the trees. And this time, it wasn't a warning anymore. It was mercy, because something behind us moved slightly in the forest line. And I realized the most terrifying part wasn't the voice. It was the fact that it was trying to protect us from looking at what had already started watching back. The first thing I saw was the smoke. Thin, gray, rising between the trees like someone was still cooking. But that wasn't possible. We were deep inside Black Hollow now. No settlements, no active camps, no permitted zones. Just trees and silence that felt too controlled. I raised my hand instantly. Stop it. The team behind me froze. Flashlights shifted toward the same direction I was staring at. The smoke was real. It curled upward slowly, not rushing, not fatting. Like the fire beneath it was still alive, patient, waiting. One of the rangers whispered behind me. That's impossible. No one is authorized past entry point 9. I didn't answer, because I was already walking forward. And I don't know why I trusted it. Maybe because smoke meant people. And people meant answers. But the deeper we went, the more wrong it felt. The forest didn't open naturally anymore. It arranged itself. Branches forming narrow corridors. Roots avoiding our steps like they were making space on purpose. Like something had already mapped our movement. And then we saw it. The campsite. It was small. Too clean. Too complete. A tent stood in the center, perfectly pitched between 2 trees. A fire pit burned low. Not roaring. Not dying. Just holding heat. Like it had been paused mid-life. And the smell hit me next. Food. Cooked food. Fresh. I stopped walking immediately. My chest tightened. No, I whispered without meaning to. One of the rangers stepped closer behind me. That can't be recent, he said. There's no way. But I was already noticing the details. Steam rising from a metal pot. Soft, barely visible, but real. And boots, 4 pairs, lined up beside the tent, perfectly straight, like someone had arranged them before leaving. Except there were no tracks away from them, only into them. My stomach dropped slowly, because that meant one thing. Whoever was here never walked out. But something else stayed. I stepped closer to the fire pit. The heat hit my face immediately. Not cold embers. Not dying ash. Active warmth. Like the fire had just been fed. One of the rangers behind me whispered, "Check the perimeter now." We split slightly, forming a loose circle. Flashlights cutting through trees. But I didn't move far. I couldn't, because the campsite felt wrong in a way I couldn't explain. Not dangerous. Not abandoned. Occupied. just without movement. I crouched near the fire and saw something that made my throat tighten instantly. A half-eaten bowl, steam still lifting from it. The surface of the food was trembling slightly, like something had just stopped stirring it seconds ago. My hand hovered above it, and I felt it. Heat. Real heat. Fresh enough to burn. I pulled my hand back fast. "That's not normal," I said out loud. No one responded, because everyone was noticing something different. The tent flap moved slightly, but there was no wind, just a soft shift, like someone inside had adjusted their position. One of the rangers raised his flashlight toward it. "Hello," he called. Silence answered. Then, a sound. Not a voice. Not a step. A spoon touching metal. Soft. Careful. Like someone was still eating inside. My heart slowed for half a second, then sped up again, because we all heard it. Another ranger stepped forward. "I'm checking inside," he said. I stopped him instantly. "Don't." He hesitated, but curiosity won. He reached for the tent flap and pulled it open. We all saw inside at the same time. Empty. No people. No movement. Just sleeping bags laid out neatly. 3 of them. Warm looking. Like they had just been vacated. But the strangest part wasn't inside. It was what was missing. No backpacks. No mess. No sign of panic. Only order. Perfect order. Like whoever left didn't run. They simply stepped away. The ranger lowered his flashlight slowly. "This doesn't make sense," he said quietly. I walked toward the tent now, my boots sinking slightly into soft ground. And then I saw something that made my skin go cold. The sleeping bags. They were slightly moving. Not from wind. From inside. Like something was still breathing beneath them. I froze instantly. "Don't touch anything," I said firmly. But it was already too late. One of the rangers behind me whispered, "Sir, look at the boots." I turned, and my stomach dropped completely. The boots weren't just lined up anymore. They were closer. 1 pair missing. 3 pairs left. But the missing pair wasn't gone. It was inside the tent now, placed neatly beside a sleeping bag, as if it had just been taken off moments ago. My breathing got shallow. "We're leaving," I said immediately. But the forest reacted before we moved. The sound of the fire changed. Not louder, not bigger, just aware, crackling in patterns, not random, structured, like it was trying to speak. One of the rangers whispered, "Did the fire just respond?" I didn't answer, because I saw something worse. The steam from the food shifted direction, not rising upward anymore, moving sideways, toward the trees, like it was being pulled. The ranger beside me took a step back. "This is wrong," he said again. "This is all wrong." The tent suddenly creaked, very softly, then again, like something inside shifted its weight. I raised my flashlight toward it, and that's when I saw it. A shadow, inside, just for a second, not fully formed, but human-shaped, still, breathing. My voice came out lower than I intended. Everyone back away slowly. We started moving. Slow, careful, but the campsite didn't let us go easily. The fire suddenly flared. Not high, but sharp, like a reaction. And then, a voice, not from the fire, Not from the tent, from everywhere at once. You arrived late. We froze instantly. My chest tightened hard, because it wasn't asking. It was stating. The ranger beside me whispered. That wasn't radio. I knew that, because I recognized where it came from. It came from the campsite itself, from the arrangement, from the order, from the structure of everything we were standing in. The fire lowered again. Calm, controlled. Then the voice spoke again. 3 visitors present. My stomach dropped instantly. I turned quickly to count. 1, 2, 3, me included. But something felt wrong. The ranger at the edge of the group shifted slightly. His face looked confused. Sir, he said slowly, I don't remember arriving here. Silence hit the group instantly. I stared at him. What do you mean? He shook his head. I don't remember walking from the last point. Another ranger spoke. I remember the smoke, then we were already here. My breath slowed, because I realized I had the same gap. A missing section of memory. A transition that wasn't there. The campsite wasn't discovered. It was continued. The fire crackled softly again, and the voice spoke one last time. Completion required. The tent flap moved again, but this time it didn't feel like wind. It felt like invitation. My flashlight flickered once, and in that flicker, I saw the sleeping bags inside the tent sit upright for a moment, like something inside had just become aware we were watching. Then they settled again, patient, waiting, and behind me in the trees, something took a slow step closer, not entering the campsite, just observing it, like we weren't the first group to arrive here, and we wouldn't be the last to be counted. We shouldn't have spoken. That was the first real mistake. Not entering Black Hollow, not following the markers, but talking, because the moment the first word left our mouths, the forest started listening back differently. At first it was small, almost nothing. We were still near the campsite, standing between the warm fire and the silent tent, trying to make sense of what we had just seen. 3 sleeping bags, still warm, and 1 missing ranger who didn't remember arriving. I kept telling myself it was stress, confusion, maybe even shared hallucination from exhaustion. But then one of the rangers behind me cleared his throat and said it out loud. This place reacts to us. The forest answered immediately. Not with sound, with absence. Every insect stopped at once. Every leaf froze. Even the fire seemed to hesitate, like it was waiting to see what we would say next. I looked at him sharply. Don't talk like that, I said quietly. Not out here. He frowned. Why, it's already. Just don't. But it was too late, because the damage had already started. The forest had heard him. We moved away from the campsite slowly, trying to regain control, trying to act like trained professionals again. But every step felt heavier than the last, like the ground was paying attention to where we placed our weight. We hadn't gone far when it happened. One of the rangers muttered, "We should mark our path." Simple sentence, normal sentence. But the moment he said it, the forest responded. Not loudly, not violently, just precisely. A soft shift in the trees ahead, like something adjusted itself. And then, a sound from somewhere deeper. A single crunch, like a footstep answering his sentence. We all froze. I turned slowly. Did anyone move? I asked. No one answered. because we all knew the truth. No one had moved, but something had responded anyway. The ranger who spoke earlier swallowed hard. "I didn't like that," he said. I nodded slowly. Nobody speaks unless necessary. We continued forward. Silence returned, but it wasn't peaceful anymore. It was structured, controlled, like something was holding the forest together through attention alone. Then one of the rangers whispered something under his breath, barely audible. "Hello." It was instinct, not command, not intention, just nervousness slipping out. And the forest reacted instantly. One crunch, then two, then three. Not random, not scattered, timed, like counting. We stopped again. All of us. I felt my stomach tighten. "What is that?" one ranger whispered. I didn't answer, because I was already counting in my head. 1, 2, 3. Each sound matched perfectly with his word. The forest wasn't echoing him. It was responding in sequence. Another ranger tried to joke. "Okay, so what? It's a rhythm thing." He forced a nervous laugh. The forest replied immediately. Crunch, crunch, crunch. 3 steps, perfectly spaced, matching his tone, matching his pattern. My skin went cold, because this wasn't mimicry anymore. This was comprehension. The forest wasn't repeating us. It was calculating us. One of the rangers took a step back. "Stop talking," he said sharply. And the forest stopped too. Instantly, like it respected the instruction. That made it worse, because now we knew it was listening to everything. Not just sound, but intent. We started walking again. Slow, careful. No one spoke. Even breathing felt negotiated now. Every sound felt like input into something we didn't understand. 10 minutes passed like that. Then the ranger behind me slipped slightly on uneven ground and muttered under his breath. "Shit." He didn't finish, because the forest responded before he could. One crunch, pause, then 2, then 3. We all stopped. He looked pale now. "That was me talking," he said quietly. But it was. The forest didn't care about intention anymore. Only output. We realized something terrifying in that moment. Every sound we made was being recorded, processed, returned. Not immediately, but with delay, like a system learning response patterns. I stopped walking completely. "Everyone," I said carefully. "No speech, no noise unless necessary." They nodded, but I could see it in their faces. It was already too late, because now even silence felt like participation. We continued deeper. The trees grew tighter around us, not physically closing, but visually, like the forest was narrowing our perception of space. Then one of the rangers whispered something without thinking. "Where are we going?" The forest answered immediately. Not with sound, with direction. All the trees ahead subtly shifted their branches to the left. One unified movement, like pointing. We followed without discussion, because what else could we do? But the deeper we went, the more precise the responses became. It stopped reacting to sentences and started reacting to structure. Short words triggered short responses. Longer phrases triggered complex shifts in the environment. It was learning grammar. One of the rangers tested it, very carefully. "Stop it." The forest stopped moving. Not just sound, Everything. We stood in frozen silence. Even our own breathing felt suspended. Then another ranger, against instructions, whispered, "Start." The forest resumed instantly. I felt my stomach drop. "Don't do that again," I snapped. He nodded quickly. "I just needed to know." "But now it knows you know," I said. That line hit differently, because even as I said it, I felt like something had noted it. We moved again. Quieter now, more controlled. But the forest was no longer just reacting. It was anticipating. Every time we shifted weight, the ground adjusted slightly before impact. Every time we paused, the trees paused first. It was always one step ahead. Then came the moment everything changed. We reached a clearing. Empty. Perfect circle of open ground. No campsite. No markers. Just space. One ranger exhaled in relief. Finally spoke freely. "Okay, maybe we lost it. Maybe we're out of it now." The forest answered instantly. One crunch. Then silence. But this time, it wasn't random. It was centered directly behind him. He froze. I saw it in his face before anything else happened. The realization. The exact second, he understood what mistake he made. He spoke. Slowly. "What was that?" The forest responded. Not once, but in sequence. 1, 2, 3, 4. We all turned sharply, because it wasn't random anymore. It was counting, and it wasn't stopping. The ranger whispered, "Is it counting us?" I didn't answer, because I was already doing the same count in my head. There were 4 of us, but the rhythm continued anyway. 1, 2, 3, 4. Pause. 1, 2, 3, 4. Repeat. It didn't stop at our number. It continued past it, like something was verifying consistency, checking if we were still complete. Then I noticed something worse. Every time the count repeated, the spacing changed slightly. Faster, more confident, like it was learning certainty. One ranger stepped back. "We need to leave now," he said urgently. But when he turned, the forest answered before he even finished. Crunch. One step behind him. He stopped instantly. Didn't move. Didn't breathe. Because that step wasn't us. We all saw it. There was no visible source. Just sound, placed perfectly behind him, as if something had taken position without entering view. I felt my pulse spike. "Don't turn around," I said immediately. No one moved. The forest continued counting, but now it was inconsistent. It added something new between numbers. Soft breaths, like listening. We weren't just being tracked. We were being evaluated. Then the ranger who had been silent the longest finally spoke. Barely audible. "It knows how many we are." The forest responded instantly. 1, 2, 3, 4. Pause. Then, a 5th count. We all froze. My blood went cold instantly. Because there were only 4 of us. There had always been 4. But the forest didn't hesitate. It repeated the 5th count again. Louder this time. More confident. Like it was correcting us. One of the rangers whispered, "That's not possible." But the forest disagreed. Another crunch. Right inside the clearing. Closer than before. Now we could feel it. Something was aligning itself with us. Matching our formation. We weren't alone in the count anymore. We were part of it. And the forest, it was learning what came next after 4. He came back when we had already stopped expecting him, walking out of the trees like he had never left. No noise, no warning, just sudden presence in the clearing. At first, I didn't even recognize him. He was covered in dirt, his uniform torn at the shoulders, boots half open like he had walked through something that didn't care about fabric or skin. But what froze me wasn't his condition. It was his eyes. Empty, not tired, not shocked, just erased. One of the rangers stepped forward first. Hey, it's him. But even his voice didn't sound relieved. It sounded uncertain, like saying it too confidently might make it untrue. I walked closer slowly. Where's the rest of your team? I asked. He didn't answer. Not because he refused, because he didn't understand the question. That was the first thing I noticed. His confusion wasn't emotional. It was structural, like the concept of team didn't exist in his memory anymore. One of the rangers tried again. Do you remember entry point 9? Still nothing. No reaction. No flicker. Just blank staring at the ground between us. Then his hand moved slightly. Slow. Unnatural. He reached into his jacket. We all tensed instantly. But he didn't pull out a weapon. He pulled out paper. Folded, torn, dirt-stained. Dozens of small pages. He dropped them onto the ground like they were too heavy to hold. They scattered at my feet. I knelt slowly, picked one up, and my stomach tightened instantly. Drawings, not maps, not notes. Faces, but not normal faces. They were carved into what looked like tree bark textures. Human shapes formed inside wood grain. Eyes stretched along rings. Mouths embedded in cracks. Like the trees themselves were remembering people. I felt a chill move up my spine. What is this? I whispered. No answer. The ranger behind me leaned in. Are those victims? But even as he said it, his voice lost confidence. Because the drawings didn't look like victims. They looked like they were still inside something. Still part of it. I flipped another page. Another face. This one slightly more detailed. And something inside me shifted. Because I recognized it. One of the rangers noticed my expression immediately. What? He asked. I didn't want to say it, but I did. That's him. Silence hit instantly. We all looked at the survivor again. He didn't react, didn't confirm, didn't deny. Just stood there, breathing shallowly, like he was waiting for instructions that no longer existed. Another drawing fell open between my fingers, and my breath stopped. There were more faces now. Not just strangers. Us. Or versions of us. Not identical, but close enough to feel wrong. One ranger stepped back immediately. No, that's not possible. But I couldn't stop looking. Because the drawings weren't random. They were layered. Like bark growth rings. Like time recorded inside wood. One ranger whispered, "Why does it look like they're inside the trees?" That question hit harder than anything else. Because suddenly, I couldn't unsee it. The faces weren't on the bark. They were in it. Like the tree wasn't carved. It was remembering. The survivor suddenly moved. We all froze. He knelt down slowly and started picking up the scattered pages. Carefully, one by one, like organizing something only he understood. I crouched beside him. Talk to me, I said quietly. What happened in there? He paused. For a long time, then finally spoke. But his voice wasn't his own anymore. It was soft, distant, like it was coming from somewhere deeper inside him. They asked us questions, he said. One ranger frowned. Who did? He didn't answer immediately, just continued sorting the drawings. They didn't speak like people, he added. Another pause. More like growth. That word made my skin tighten. Growth, not voice, not entity. Growth. I felt the forest around us shift slightly. Not physically, perceptually, like it leaned in. Listening again, the survivor held up one drawing. This one different. No face, just a single hand pressed into bark. Fingers stretched too long. He pointed at it. They showed us this first. I leaned closer. What is it supposed to mean? He looked up at me for the first time. And for a split second, I saw something behind his eyes. Not memory, but echo. They said the forest keeps what is seen long enough, he said slowly. Silence followed. Heavy, uncomfortable. One ranger whispered, "Seen by who?" The survivor didn't answer. Instead, he pointed at the clearing around us. Then at the trees. Then at us. I felt my throat tighten. No, I said quietly, we didn't. But I stopped mid-sentence. Because I suddenly remembered something. The counting. The forest responding. The clearing where we stood earlier. Every time we spoke, it answered. The survivor nodded slightly, like he could hear my thoughts. That's how it starts, he said. Another ranger stepped forward now, voice tense. Starts what? The survivor hesitated, then said the words that made my stomach drop completely. Recording. The forest around us seemed to still again. Not silence. Expectation. I felt my pulse rise. You're saying it records us? I asked. He nodded slowly. Not sounds, he said, not movements. He tapped the drawings on the ground. Patterns. One of the rangers laughed nervously. This is insane, it's just drawings. We're in a forest, not a... He stopped, because the survivor suddenly looked at him and repeated softly, "You said that before." The ranger froze. What? The survivor blinked slowly. You said it the same way before. Silence hit instantly. The ranger stepped back. No, I just said it now. But even as he said it, uncertainty crept into his voice. Like something inside him wasn't fully sure anymore. The survivor continued. They repeat speech here. Pause. Not sound, intent. I felt my chest tighten again. The forest wasn't just listening. It was learning us. One ranger muttered, "Then why is he the only one back?" The survivor looked down at the drawings. And for the first time, his expression changed. Not fear. Not confusion. Something worse. Recognition. They didn't send me back, he said quietly. I frowned. Then how are you here? He paused, long enough that I already didn't like the answer forming. Then he said it. I left. Silence. Heavy silence. Another ranger shook his head. That doesn't make sense. You don't just leave something like this. The survivor nodded slowly. I didn't leave the forest, he said. Pause. I left the version of me that stayed. That sentence didn't land immediately. It took a second. Then it hit all at once. My stomach dropped. One ranger whispered, "What does that even mean?" The survivor looked at him and answered simply, "It kept one of us." No one spoke after that, because suddenly The drawings didn't feel like documentation anymore. They felt like separation, like the forest wasn't killing people. It was dividing them, keeping parts, letting others walk out incomplete. I looked at the survivor carefully now. Really looked. His movements were slightly off. Not wrong, just slightly delayed, like he was syncing with something we couldn't see. One ranger stepped closer to me and whispered, "Is he even fully back?" I didn't answer, because I wasn't sure anymore. The survivor suddenly stood up again, slowly, like he had remembered something important. He pointed toward the forest. "They're still drawing," he said. I frowned. "Who is?" He didn't look at me when he answered. "The one still inside." My blood went cold. "Inside what?" I asked. He finally looked at me again, and this time his voice was almost calm. "Inside the wood." A wind passed through the clearing then. Soft, almost gentle, but every tree around us seemed to shift slightly. Not moving, aligning, like something inside them had just adjusted its attention. And then I saw it. On one nearby trunk, fresh marks, new lines forming slowly under the bark surface, like something was being carved from the inside out. A shape, a face, not drawn, emerging. The survivor stepped back slightly. "They noticed us again," he said quietly. One ranger whispered, "We should leave." But no one moved, because we all felt it now. The forest wasn't watching from outside anymore. It was watching from within the trees themselves. And somewhere deep in the bark, something was learning how to look back at us properly. I shouldn't have followed the light. That's the first thought that keeps repeating in my head, because there was no reason for it to be there. No trail, no people, no campsite. Just darkness between the trees and that single floating lantern. It didn't swing. It didn't flicker like fire normally does. It just waited, hanging in the air like it belonged there, like the forest had placed it there on purpose. I remember standing still at the edge of the trail, my boots half buried in damp soil, staring into the trees. At first, I told myself it was a reflection, a trick of distance, maybe a hiker's lamp stuck between branches. But then it moved, not away, not toward me, just slightly sideways, like it noticed I was looking. That was the first moment my chest tightened, because nothing in nature moves like that. I should have turned back then. I know that now, but I didn't. Instead, I whispered to myself, "It's probably a set-up camp." Even as I said it, I didn't believe it. The forest around me was too quiet. Not peaceful quiet. Wrong quiet. The kind where even insects forget to exist. I took one step forward, then another, and the lantern responded. It shifted again, just a few inches deeper into the trees, like it was guiding me, or testing me. That thought made my stomach twist. I checked my phone. No signal. Of course. But what made me pause wasn't the signal. It was the compass app. It wasn't stable. The arrow kept rotating slowly, like it couldn't decide what direction north was anymore. I looked up again. The lantern was still there, still waiting. I exhaled slowly. "Okay," I said quietly to myself. "Just a light someone lost, that's all." But my voice didn't feel like it belonged in that place. It felt too loud. The moment it left my mouth, the forest reacted. Not visibly, but I felt it, like something had turned its attention toward me. The lantern flickered once, not like a flame dying, more like a blink. I froze because I suddenly understood something I couldn't explain. It wasn't lighting the forest, it was watching it, and I was now part of what it was watching. I took another step forward before I could stop myself. The ground changed immediately. Soft earth turned to roots, thicker, twisted, like veins under skin. The lantern drifted deeper again. Still no wind, still no support, just floating, perfectly stable, waiting. My throat went dry. I should have turned back, but something inside me kept saying, just a little closer, just understand what it is. That thought didn't feel like mine, and I didn't question it enough. The trees started getting closer together, not physically moving, but forming tighter gaps, like the forest was narrowing its attention into a single direction, toward the lantern, toward me. And then I heard something behind me, a soft sound, like fabric brushing bark. I turned quickly. Nothing there, only trees, but the silence had changed. It wasn't empty anymore. It felt occupied, like I had just entered a space where something else was already standing. I looked forward again. The lantern was closer now. Too close. Maybe 15 meters. Maybe less. I couldn't trust distance anymore. It didn't behave normally. It just adjusted itself based on me. I whispered hello. The forest didn't answer, but the lantern flickered twice, like a response. My skin went cold, because that wasn't random anymore. That was communication. I took another step, then another, and suddenly the lantern stopped moving. Completely. For the first time. It waited, like it had reached the point it wanted me to reach. The space around it opened slightly between the trees. A perfect gap, almost like a doorway. And I saw something beneath it. A small hanging frame. Not wood, not metal. Something darker, like bark fused into shape. The lantern wasn't floating. It was anchored to something. My chest tightened as I got closer. I could see details now. Carvings, lines etched into the hanging structure. Not symbols, not patterns, but marks, like tallies, like something counting time. I stepped closer without thinking, and the moment I did, the lantern flickered again. But this time it wasn't alone. A second light appeared deeper in the forest. Then a third. Then more. Not randomly placed. Not scattered. They formed a path. Behind me, I heard a sound again. This time clearer. A step. I spun around. Nothing. But the feeling was undeniable now. I wasn't alone in the forest. I was being followed in a direction I hadn't chosen. I turned back to the lantern. It had moved closer again, now just a few meters away, close enough that I could feel heat from it. But it wasn't fire heat. It was presence heat, like standing near something alive, something aware. My breathing got heavier, and then I saw it, inside the hanging frame beneath the lantern. A shape, not fully formed, but recognizable enough to make my stomach drop. A face, not carved, not drawn, growing, like the bark itself was remembering how to become a human expression. Eyes half open, mouth forming slowly, and I realized, with a sick feeling in my chest, it wasn't decoration. It was storage. The lantern flickered once more, and the face inside the bark shifted slightly, like it noticed me. My legs almost gave out. "What is this place?" I whispered. The forest answered this time, not with sound, but with movement. Every lantern in the distance tilted slightly toward me. All at once, like a synchronized breath, I stepped back instinctively. And that's when I noticed something worse. The lantern I had followed wasn't alone. There were others behind it, hanging between trees I hadn't noticed before. Dozens, maybe more. All faint, all waiting, all pointed toward me now. The realization hit slowly. This wasn't a path. It was an arrangement. And I had stepped into the middle of it. Behind me, another sound. Closer this time. I turned slowly and saw it. A second hanging frame forming in the trees behind me, just starting to take shape. Like the forest was building another one. For someone new. Or maybe for me. The lantern in front of me flickered brighter, almost satisfied. And for the first time, I understood the feeling I had been ignoring since the beginning. This wasn't a light to guide me. It was a light to place me. And I wasn't the one following it anymore. I was the one being positioned. It didn't go out. That was the first thing I couldn't understand. We ran. Not slowly. Not carefully. We ran like the forest itself had finally stopped pretending. But even while my boots hit wet soil and roots snapped under pressure, I could still see it behind us. The lantern, floating, perfect, unchanging. No smoke, no wind sway, no flicker. Just that same steady light cutting through the trees like it wasn't affected by distance at all. One of the others shouted, "Keep moving." But his voice cracked halfway through, because he had turned around to look. That was the mistake. The moment he looked directly at it, his pace changed. Not stopped, not slowed, just aligned, like the lantern had corrected him. I grabbed his arm hard. "Don't look at it," I said. He blinked like he didn't understand the warning. I just it's still there. That's when I realized something worse. We were all still seeing it, even when we weren't looking. The light was behind my eyelids when I blinked. I could feel it in the edges of my vision like it had stopped being an object and started being a condition. We kept moving deeper into the forest, but the lantern followed at the exact same distance. Never closer, never farther, perfectly measured, like it had learned how to stay where it was most effective. After a while, one of the men slowed down, breathing hard. "This doesn't make sense," he said between breaths. "We've been running for maybe 10 minutes. It should be gone by now." I didn't answer, because I knew he was right. I had been counting my steps in my head, and the distance we had covered should have broken visual contact. But it hadn't, not even once. The lantern was still there, between the trees, soft, patient, like it was waiting for us to accept something. The forest changed after that, not visually, but rhythmically. Every sound we made started to feel delayed. My footsteps would land, and a second later I would hear them. The others noticed it too. One of them stopped abruptly. The sound of his stop came half a second after he actually froze. That was when panic started to spread. "What is happening?" he whispered. No one answered, because we all felt it. Time was not matching us anymore. The lantern stayed consistent, unchanged. That was the worst part. Everything else in the forest was bending, but not it. It was the only fixed point. Like the entire place was adjusting itself around that single light. We tried changing direction. Left, then right, then deeper uphill where the trees were thicker. But the lantern adjusted with us, always behind, always centered, always visible, never breaking formation. One of the men finally snapped. "This is pointless," he said. "We're going in circles." But even as he said it, I noticed something. The ground didn't match our movement anymore. Footprints were appearing where we hadn't stepped yet. Faint, soft impressions in mud and leaf. Ahead of us, not behind. I stopped walking instantly. The others followed my gaze, and one of them whispered, "Those are ours." But I knew they were, because they were too clean, too fresh, like we were being expected. I crouched down and touched one. Warm. That was impossible. But it was warm. The lantern flickered for the first time since we started running. Just once. Not weak. Not dying. Just acknowledging. Like a signal. And immediately after that flicker, the footprints ahead changed direction. All at once, we all saw it happen. The path adjusted itself. Not gradually. Instantly. Like something had updated a decision. One of the men stepped back. "No," he said. "No, no, no, this is tracking us." I looked up at the lantern again. It was slightly closer now. Not by distance. By alignment. It was occupying more of my attention than before. Like it had increased its presence without moving physically. That's when I understood something I didn't want to understand. It wasn't following us through space. It was following us through attention. Wherever we noticed it, it existed more strongly. Wherever we ignored it, it faded, but never disappeared. I said it out loud without thinking. It's using us to measure itself. The moment I said it, the forest reacted. A soft shift in wind. Then silence. The lantern brightened slightly. Not in anger. In confirmation. One of the men looked at me. What does that even mean? But I didn't have a good answer, because I was still trying to accept it myself. We started walking again, slower now. Careful not to look directly at it. But that didn't help, because the lantern didn't need direct sight anymore. Every time I tried to focus on the trees ahead, I could still feel it behind me, like a weight in the center of awareness. After a while, one of the men spoke again. Very quietly. "What if we stop acknowledging it?" We all hesitated, because it sounded like logic. But something in me resisted it immediately. Still, we tried. We stopped talking, stopped reacting, stopped referencing it. We walked in silence for maybe 2 minutes, then 3. And for a moment, it worked. The lantern felt distant, almost weak. The forest returned to normal sound. Insects, wind, breathing, and then one of the men accidentally whispered, "It's gone." The lantern responded instantly. It didn't brighten. It didn't flicker. It simply became undeniable again. Not louder. Not closer. Just certain. Like it had been reminded that we were still aware. And the worst part, we were. No matter what we did, we were still aware. We stopped again. All of us. Because we realized something terrifying. The lantern didn't need us to look at it. It only needed us to know it existed. One of the men laughed nervously. "This is insane," he said. "It's just a light, it can't." He stopped mid-sentence, because the lantern flickered once, and the forest behind it answered. Not visually, but structurally. Branches shifted slightly, like something had been added to a system. We all felt it. The update. Whatever the lantern was doing, it wasn't just tracking us anymore. It was learning how to extend itself. I felt my throat tighten. We need to break line of sight, I said quickly. We turned again, ran harder this time, deeper into the forest where the trees were denser and the ground uneven. But the lantern didn't struggle. It passed through everything as if obstacles didn't apply. Branches didn't block it. Leaves didn't dim it. It simply existed in a consistent state beyond physical interference. After a while, one of the men slowed down again. Not tired, confused. Why does it feel closer when I stop thinking about it? He asked. We all heard that, and none of us could deny it. Because it was true. The less we focused, the more present it became. One of the others whispered, so thinking makes it weaker. But before we could test that idea, the lantern brightened sharply. Just for a second. And in that second, I saw something inside it. Not flame, not core, a shape, like something was suspended inside the light itself. Watching, then it was gone again. But the feeling stayed. We weren't dealing with a light anymore. We were dealing with observation made visible. I don't know how long we ran after that. Minutes stopped feeling like minutes. Steps stopped feeling like steps. Everything blurred into movement and awareness, and that constant, impossible light behind us. At some point, one of the men fell to his knees. Not injured, just overwhelmed. It doesn't turn off, he said quietly. No one helped him immediately, because we were all realizing the same thing. The lantern wasn't chasing us. It was synchronizing with us, matching our pace, matching our attention, matching our fear. And the more we reacted, the more complete it became. I looked back once, just once, and I wish I hadn't, because the lantern wasn't behind us anymore. It was everywhere between the trees, not multiple lights. One, but expanded, like it had learned how to occupy more than one point at once. And in that moment, I understood the final truth forming in my mind. We weren't being followed through the forest. We were being mapped inside it. And the lantern, it was just the part of the forest that had learned how to look directly back. It started with silence inside the light. That was the first wrong thing, because the lantern was never silent before. Even when it didn't move, it felt like it had a presence, some kind of quiet pressure in the air. But now it changed. The moment I noticed it, I stopped walking. The others stopped too, almost at the same time, like we were all connected to the same thought. The lantern was still there, hanging between the trees, perfect, unmoving, but something inside it had shifted. At first, I thought it was wind, a soft distortion behind the glow, like heat rising from fire. But there was no wind, no movement in the trees, only that unnatural stillness again, the kind that makes your ears feel too loud. Then I heard it, a voice, very faint, so faint I almost convinced myself it was my imagination. But it was. It came from the lantern, not outside it, inside it, like the light itself had learned how to speak. I took a step closer without thinking. Bad idea. I know that now, because the voice came clearer. Not one voice, many, layered, overlapping, like people speaking at the same time in a room too small for them. But none of the words made sense at first. Just fragments, broken sound, almost like memory trying to become language. One of the men whispered behind me, "Tell me I'm not hearing that." No one answered him, because we all were. The lantern flickered once, slow, deliberate, and the voices stopped for half a second, then returned louder. I felt my chest tighten, because now the words were forming. Not random anymore. They were repeating, like a recording trying to correct itself. Don't look inside. I froze. My breath caught, because that wasn't a general warning. It was directed, personal, like it already knew what I was about to do. One of the men stepped back. No, he said. No, this is not real. But even as he said it, he didn't look away. None of us did. The lantern wasn't just light anymore. It was attention, focused attention, and the voices kept growing. Now clearer, now closer. It remembers you. You already saw it. Don't let it finish your shape. That last line made something inside me go cold. Not fear, recognition, like a thought I had forgotten and didn't want back. The forest around us felt different again. Tighter, not physically, but perceptually, like the space between trees had reduced without anything actually moving. One of the men suddenly spoke. I hear my name. We all turned to him instantly. He looked shaken, pale, his eyes fixed on the lantern. It just said my name, he repeated. Then another voice followed. My name too, I said quietly. And that's when everything collapsed into clarity. The lantern wasn't speaking randomly. It was identifying us, individually, like it had access to something inside us. Something recorded, something stored. The voices inside it shifted again. And this time, they stopped sounding like fragments. They sounded like conversation, like people trapped in the same place, speaking through layers of light. I stepped forward again, slower this time. I shouldn't have, but I needed to understand what I was hearing. The closer I got, the clearer it became. The lantern wasn't empty. Inside the glow, there was depth. Not physical space, but something like it. Like looking into water that had no bottom. And inside that depth, faces, not solid, not fully formed, but present, like impressions pressed into light itself. And those faces were speaking, not to each other, to us. One of them turned, not physically, but in attention, and said something that made my stomach drop. You brought us here. I stepped back immediately. My heart hit my ribs hard. What does that mean? I whispered without meaning to. The moment I spoke, all the voices inside the lantern responded at once. Not in chaos, in agreement, like they had been waiting for me to speak. You walked the measure. You accepted the light. You gave us distance. One of the men grabbed my arm. Stop talking to it, he said sharply. But even as he said it, I saw it. The lantern reacted. It brightened slightly. Not brighter like fire. Brighter like awareness increasing. And the voices changed tone. They became calmer, more focused, like something had been confirmed. Behind us, the forest felt heavier, like pressure building in the air. I realized something then. The lantern wasn't just observing us anymore. It was learning language from us. Our reactions, our fear, our speech. Everything we did was feeding it structure. One of the men suddenly dropped to his knees. I can hear them in my head now, he said. We all turned toward him. His face was pale, not injured, just overwhelmed. It's not just the lantern, he whispered. It's inside the sound. I didn't understand what he meant at first. until I noticed it. The voices from the lantern were no longer coming from one direction. They were coming from everywhere. From the trees, from the air, from inside my own hearing. Not hallucination, not imagination, more like overlap. Like the lantern had expanded its signal into perception itself. One of the men suddenly shouted, "Stop listening." But that didn't help, because we weren't choosing to listen anymore. It was happening to us. The lantern flickered again, and the voices inside it aligned into one single phrase. Clear, direct, slow. You are already inside the counting. Silence followed. Absolute silence. Even the forest stopped breathing. I felt my legs weaken slightly. What counting? I asked before I could stop myself. And the lantern responded instantly. Not with words, with change. The forest around us shifted. Subtly, but undeniably. Trees that were behind us were now slightly ahead. Paths we had walked were no longer aligned with memory. Distances didn't match. One of the men whispered, "We're not moving through it anymore." He couldn't finish the sentence, because he realized it too. We weren't traveling. We were being placed. The lantern flickered once more, and inside it the faces became clearer. Not human anymore. Not fully, but shaped by memory of humans. And they were watching us the way we had been watching them. One of them spoke again. "You gave us your direction." That sentence made something break in my thinking. Because I understood. The lantern didn't just follow us. It used our movement to define itself. Every step we took gave it structure. Every decision gave it form. We weren't escaping it. We were completing it. One of the men suddenly started laughing. Not normal laughter. Broken laughter. "I think I understand," he said. "We made it real." Then he looked at me, and I could see it in his eyes. He was no longer just scared. He was realizing he had already been part of this longer than he knew. The lantern's voices softened again. Almost gentle now. Almost patient. A continue. That single word echoed longer than it should have. The forest behind us felt open. Too open. Like space was being cleared. Not for us to escape, but for something to arrive. I took a slow step back, and the lantern brightened slightly in response. Not warning. Encouragement. That's when I understood the worst part of all of this. It wasn't trying to scare us away. It was trying to finish understanding us. And we were still speaking to it without realizing. Every breath, every hesitation, every glance, all of it was language to something that learned from attention itself. The voices inside the lantern faded slowly again. Not disappearing, just waiting, like they had learned enough for now. The forest was still, too still, and I realized we had crossed something without noticing. Not a boundary in space, but in meaning. And whatever the lantern had become, it now knew exactly what we were. It wasn't in my hand anymore. That's the moment everything started to break in a quiet way. No sound, no shock, just a slow realization that something I thought I controlled was no longer mine. I remember looking down first. My hand was still raised, still in the position of holding something. But there was nothing there. No weight, no heat, no light touching my skin. And yet, the lantern was still in front of us, floating between the trees like it had always been separate from us, like it never needed to be carried in the first place. One of the men noticed my expression. "What happened?" he asked. I didn't answer right away, because I was trying to understand something my mind refused to accept. I wasn't holding it anymore, but I could still feel it. That was the worst part. Not in my hand, in my awareness, like a memory of weight that refused to leave. The lantern flickered once, slow, controlled, and for the first time, I felt something respond inside me that didn't feel like thought, more like confirmation. One of the men stepped forward. "Did it move again?" he whispered. But I wasn't watching it anymore. I was watching myself, because something had shifted. Not outside, inside perception. The forest didn't feel like it was around us anymore. It felt like we were inside something that was already observing us before we arrived. The lantern didn't hang in space the same way now. It felt centered, not physically, structurally, like everything around it existed in relation to it. One of the men suddenly said, "I don't feel like I'm walking." That made me freeze, because I felt it too. My feet were moving, but the sensation of movement wasn't connecting to direction anymore. It felt like repetition, like I was repeating steps that had already been decided. The lantern flickered again, and this time I saw something I hadn't seen before. Not inside it, around it, a faint distortion in the air, like the space itself was bending slightly toward it. One of the men stepped back slowly. "No," he said under his breath, "this is wrong, this is all wrong." But he didn't turn away. None of us did, because the lantern wasn't just visible anymore. It was becoming unavoidable. Even when I tried to look away, my attention kept returning to it. Not by choice, by pull, like it had become the reference point for everything else. One of the men suddenly whispered, "It's not following us anymore." I looked at him sharply. "What?" He pointed toward the lantern. "It's ahead of us. It's not behind. It's not chasing." He swallowed. "It's already where we are going." That sentence hit something deep in my chest, because I realized I couldn't tell anymore if we were approaching it, or if we were already inside its position. The lantern flickered once more, and the forest changed subtly. Not visually, structurally again. Paths that should have diverged didn't. Distances that should have separated didn't feel separate. One of the men suddenly laughed nervously. "We're walking in circles," he said again. But this time it didn't sound like confusion. It sounded like acceptance, like he was realizing something too late. I looked down at my hands again, still empty, still raised slightly like I was holding something invisible. That's when it hit me. I wasn't missing the lantern. I was still interacting with it, just not through physical contact anymore. Through attention, through presence, through the part of the mind that decides what is important. The lantern flickered, and I felt it, not as light, as recognition. One of the men suddenly stopped completely. "I remember something," he said quietly. We all turned. His face was pale, not afraid, confused. "I think I've been here before." No one spoke, because something in his voice felt wrong. Not lying, not truth, something in between. Like memory was being adjusted as he spoke. The lantern flickered again, and for a split second, I saw something impossible. Not a forest, not trees, a layered space, like the world was stacked in versions, and we were only occupying one layer at a time. The lantern sat in the center of all of them, not moving between them, anchoring them. One of the men whispered, "It's not one thing. I nodded without thinking, because I understood now. It wasn't a lantern. It was a point where attention became stable, a place where perception stopped being individual and started being shared. The forest around us felt quieter again, but not peaceful, more like it was waiting for us to catch up to something we had already done. One of the men slowly raised his hand. "I think I touched it," he said. I looked at him immediately. "You didn't." But he shook his head. "I did. I remember the weight." That made my stomach drop, because I realized something terrifying. If memory could be changed, then experience wasn't fixed anymore. The lantern flickered again, and this time I felt something shift inside me. Not pain, not fear, adjustment, like something in my mind had been realigned slightly. One of the men suddenly looked at me differently. "Why are you still holding it?" he asked. I froze. "What?" He pointed at my hands again. "You're still holding it. Why are you pretending you're not?" I looked down. My hands were still empty, but the sensation returned immediately. The weight, the invisible pressure, like something was resting there again. Except now I couldn't tell if it was real, or remembered, or expected. The lantern flickered once more, and I felt it clearly now. It wasn't just outside us. It was synchronized with us. Every reaction, we had strengthened its definition. Every doubt made it more stable. One of the men suddenly whispered, "It's not in front of us anymore." We all turned slowly, and he was right. The lantern was no longer positioned in space. It was positioned in awareness. Wherever we looked, it existed. One of the men stepped back slowly. "This isn't a thing," he said quietly. "It's a rule." That sentence changed everything, because suddenly I understood why nothing made sense anymore. We weren't dealing with movement. We were dealing with structure, and the lantern wasn't traveling through it. It was defining it. The forest around us felt thinner now, like something essential had been removed. One of the men whispered, "I can't feel my direction anymore." I tried to respond, but my words felt delayed, like language itself was adjusting. The lantern flickered, and for the first time, I realized something I didn't want to accept. We weren't holding the lantern. We never were. We were the ones being held inside its meaning, and something inside it had just learned how to hold us back. The report said the clothes were folded neatly. That was the first thing that didn't feel right. Not the missing person, not the location, just that detail. Neatly folded clothes inside out, like someone tried to return a body without understanding how bodies work. I remember reading that line twice, then 3 times, because my mind kept refusing to accept it as normal police documentation. Missing hikers are not unusual in this region. People get lost in forests all the time. Weather changes, trails disappear, phones die. But this was different, because nothing about it felt like an accident. The report was short. Too short. 1 page. Bare minimum facts. Name, age, last known location. Then the clothes. Folded. Inside out. Placed on a flat rock near a restricted forest boundary. No signs of struggle. No blood. No footprints leaving the area. Just absence. I leaned back in my chair and stared at the map pinned on the wall. The forest region was marked in faded red. Old warnings layered on top of newer ones. Some parts were labeled restricted. Others weren't labeled at all. Just blank space. That bothered me more than anything. Because blank space on a map usually means one of two things. Either no one has mapped it, or no one has come back from it. I took another look at the report. The hiker's name was Daniel Rourke, 27 years old, experienced, not a beginner. That detail mattered more than people think, because experienced hikers don't leave clothes behind. Not like that. Not folded. Not intentional. I stood up and walked to the window. The station parking lot looked normal. Too normal. Cars, dust, sunlight. Everything functioning like the world hadn't just told me something wrong had happened beyond the trees. My partner, Lewis, came in holding a second file. "You're looking at it already?" he asked. I nodded. He dropped the folder on the desk. "There's more." That sentence always means the same thing in police work. More problems. More questions. Never answers. I opened the second file. This one had photos. The rock where the clothes were found. The clothes themselves. Folded carefully. Shirt turned inside out. Pants aligned perfectly on top. Shoes placed side by side like they were waiting for someone to step back into them. But the strangest part wasn't the arrangement. It was the fabric. It didn't look worn. It looked reset, like it had been returned to a previous condition. I frowned. "Was there any ID in the pockets?" I asked. Lewis shook his head. "Nothing, but that's not the strange part." He paused. I already didn't like that pause. "What else?" I asked. He hesitated before answering. The camera trap picked up something near the site. He placed a USB drive on the table. Footage. That word changed the room immediately. Because footage means something was seen. Something that doesn't rely on interpretation. Something you can't argue with. I plugged it in. The video loaded slowly. Static at first, then a fixed camera angle. Forest boundary zone. Gray light. Still trees. No movement. Normal enough. For about 10 seconds. Then the camera picked up motion. Not human movement at first. Just a shift in depth. Like the forest was adjusting itself slightly. I leaned forward. Lewis didn't speak. The video continued. A figure entered frame. Daniel Rourke. Confirmed by clothing match. He was walking normally. No panic. No injury. Just a steady pace deeper into the trees. But something felt off immediately. Not his movement. The space around him. It didn't react correctly. Branches didn't shift when he passed. Leaves didn't respond to wind. It was like the forest was ignoring him. Or waiting. He stopped at one point. Looked around. Then down at something off camera. The camera audio picked up faint breathing. Then silence. Too long. Then Daniel spoke. One sentence. "Did you leave this here?" He wasn't talking to anyone visible. He was talking to the space. Then he crouched. Out of frame. When he stood back up, he was holding something. The video resolution wasn't clear enough to identify it. But I felt my throat tighten anyway, because his posture changed immediately. Not fear. Recognition. Like he had found something he didn't expect to exist. He stepped forward again, deeper into the forest, then stopped. The camera adjusted slightly as wind moved through branches. And that's when I noticed it. The forest behind him didn't match the forest ahead. Same location, different depth, like the space had shifted angles without moving physically. Daniel turned again, this time slower. He looked upward. and then the camera glitch stuttered. Just for a second. When it stabilized, he was gone. No exit frame. No movement out. Just absence. I replayed that section immediately. Once, twice, same result. One frame he existed. Next frame he didn't. No transition. No trace. Just removal. I leaned back slowly. Lewis was watching me carefully now. "That's not normal loss of signal," I said. He nodded. "That's why we flagged it." I stared at the screen again. Paused on the last frame, where Daniel was still visible. Then I noticed something I hadn't before. On the ground near where he stood, there were folded clothes, neatly arranged, even though in the previous frame, he was still wearing them. My stomach tightened. "That's impossible," I said quietly. Lewis didn't answer, because we both knew what we were seeing. The body didn't leave the clothes. The person didn't remove them. They were separated. After disappearance, I closed my eyes for a moment, trying to stabilize my thoughts. But instead, I remembered the report again. Inside-out folding. Perfect alignment. No struggle. No damage. Like something had returned what it took. But not correctly. I opened my eyes. "Was there any witness?" I asked. Lewis hesitated. "Yes." That word again. Always heavier than it should be. He placed another file on the desk. This one was handwritten. Not official. Field note. From the first responder. I opened it. The handwriting was shaky. Rushed. The note read, "No tracks leaving area, only entering. Clothes appear placed after disappearance. Subject may not have exited location physically. Possible spatial displacement event. Recommend forest restriction extension." I stopped reading, because that last phrase didn't belong in official language. Spatial displacement event. That's not how missing persons reports sound. That's how people describe things they don't understand but are afraid to label correctly. I closed the file slowly, and for a moment the room felt too quiet. Lewis broke it. "There's something else," he said. I looked at him. He looked uncomfortable now. The hiker wasn't the first. That line didn't surprise me, but it still sank deeper than I expected. "How many?" I asked. He didn't answer immediately. Then, 3 confirmed, same pattern. Folded clothes. Inside out. No exit evidence. Just disappearance. I leaned forward again. Why wasn't this escalated sooner? Lewis looked away, because every case looked like a simple missing person file until the clothing detail repeated. That made sense. Too much sense. Patterns only become dangerous when they repeat often enough to be ignored at first. I stood up again, walked back to the map. The forest zone suddenly looked different than it had earlier. Not physically, but mentally. Like my understanding of it had changed. Like the blank spaces were no longer empty, just unobserved. I traced the restricted boundary with my finger, and I noticed something I hadn't before. The disappearance points, all clustered, not random, not scattered, like something inside the forest had a pattern of selection. Lewis spoke behind me. "There's a field team request," he said. I didn't turn around. "For what?" He hesitated. "To retrieve what's left." I finally turned. "Why send us?" He looked at me directly. "Because the last team stopped responding after entering the same zone." Silence returned instantly. Heavy this time, Not empty. Waiting. I looked at the file again, at Daniel Rourke's last image, standing in a forest that no longer acknowledged him as present. And for the first time, I didn't feel like I was reading about a disappearance. I felt like I was being shown the beginning of a pattern. I was already standing inside. And somewhere deep in that forest, something was still returning what it took, just not in the way anyone understood yet. I saw the first mark when I stopped to breathe. Just a short pause, my hand on the rough bark, my lungs burning from walking too fast. And then I noticed it. A print, not carved, not scratched, pressed from inside the tree. My fingers went cold before my mind even caught up. The shape looked like a human hand, but wrong, too stretched, too thin, like someone had pushed their palm against the inside of the trunk while the wood was still soft, and then got stuck there. I pulled my hand away like the tree had burned me. The forest was quiet but not empty. That's the first thing I kept telling myself. Quiet does not mean empty. I could hear my own breathing. I could hear the wind moving through the pine needles above me. But under it, there was something else. Like the forest was breathing too slow to notice. I looked around, trying to find reason. Maybe an animal. Maybe old damage in the bark that my tired brain turned into shapes. But then I saw another tree. And another mark. Same kind. Same strange pressed fingers. Not just one hand this time. Two, maybe more. Like someone had been trapped inside each tree and tried to push their way out at different spots. My stomach tightened. This was supposed to be a normal patrol zone. Just routine checks after those missing hikers. That's what they told us. Walk the perimeter, look for signs, report anything unusual. But nothing about this felt normal anymore. I kept walking, slower now. Every step felt louder than it should have been. The ground was soft with dead needles, but I still felt like something could hear me. That thought came out of nowhere. Something could hear me. I tried to laugh at it, but nothing came out. Then I saw the first set of matching marks. 5 trees in a line. Each one with the same kind of pressed-in fingerprint shapes. Not random, not scattered. Patterned, like something had moved from tree to tree, leaving a message in the bark. That was when I called out. Hello. My voice sounded too small, like it didn't belong in that space. No answer, but the wind shifted, just slightly, and for a second, I thought I heard something inside the trees respond. Not words, more like pressure, like something pressing back. I told myself it was nothing, just nerves, just the forest playing tricks on a tired mind. But then my radio crackled. I stopped walking immediately. The sound came again, static first, then a soft burst of noise like someone breathing too close to the speaker. I lifted it to my mouth. Bass, do you copy? Only static answered. Then a voice came through. Not clear, not stable. But it said something. I froze. It said my name. Not like a call, not like a message. Like it was trying to pronounce it slowly, carefully. Like it had heard it before and was practicing. My grip tightened on the radio until my knuckles hurt. Repeat that, I said. The radio went silent. And then from somewhere behind me, the forest answered instead. A whisper. Not loud, not far. Close enough that my skin reacted before my thoughts did. I turned too fast. Nothing. Just trees, still air, dark bark, endless trunks. But now I noticed something I didn't see before. More marks. Higher up. Too high for anyone to reach normally. Too clean for animals. Too deliberate. And they were all facing me. That's when the second open question formed in my mind without permission. Were they always there, and I just didn't notice? Or were they appearing because I was looking at them? I forced myself to move again, slowly, carefully, like movement itself might trigger something. The deeper I went, the worse it got. The trees weren't just marked anymore. They were consistent, almost organized, like someone was writing across the forest in a language I couldn't read. And every few steps, I started hearing it again. Footsteps. Behind me. I stopped. The forest stopped with me. No wind, no movement, no sound. Then, one step. Soft, matching mine exactly. I didn't move. The sound didn't move either. I swallowed hard. My throat felt dry like dust. "Who's there?" I said. Silence answered. Then the footsteps came again. But not behind me anymore. Beside me. Like whatever it was, had learned how to shift position without being seen. I started walking again, faster now. My breath broke into shorter pieces. I didn't want to run. Running makes things real. Running makes fear honest. But I couldn't slow down either. The trees began to feel closer. Not physically moving, but emotionally closing in. Like the space between them was shrinking when I wasn't looking directly at it. Then I saw something that made my steps falter completely. A full handprint on a tree at eye level. Fresh, dark, like it had just been pressed there. And under it, a second mark. Smaller, like a child's hand. My chest tightened so hard it hurt. I didn't want to think about what that meant. I didn't want to connect anything in my head. But my mind didn't ask permission anymore. It started building a story I didn't believe. And that was worse. The radio crackled again. This time I answered instantly. "Base, I need confirmation. I'm seeing." Static cut me off. Then the voice came again. Closer. Not from the radio this time. From the trees. It said my name again. But this time it wasn't practicing. It was recognizing. Like it knew me. I stepped back without meaning to. My heel hit something hard. A tree root. But it moved. Just slightly. Like it adjusted itself under me. I froze completely. That was when I understood something I didn't want to understand. The forest wasn't just marked. It was aware. Not alive like animals. Not alive like people. Something in between. Something that listened. Something that counted. I don't know why I thought that word. Counted. But the moment it came into my head, the wind changed again. And I heard it. Soft at first, then clearer. Not words. Numbers. Whispered between the trees like breath. 1, 2, 3, 4. My heartbeat started matching it before I realized. I stepped back again. The counting stopped. Everything stopped. Even my thoughts felt like they were being held still. Then the trees responded in silence, like they were waiting for me to continue. I made a mistake then. I spoke. "I'm not part of this." The moment I said it, every mark on every nearby tree seemed to darken at once, like the forest had finally decided to pay attention fully. The wind returned, but now it wasn't random. It carried something, a rhythm, a repetition, a pattern forming around me. And in that pattern, I heard something that made my stomach drop. My own voice, whispering back to me. But I hadn't said anything. Not yet. That was when I understood the worst part. The forest wasn't copying me. It was finishing me. I started moving again, but I don't remember deciding to. Every tree I passed now had marks. More than before. And they were all facing the same direction. Behind me. Following. Tracking. Counting. I didn't look back. I couldn't, because I was starting to feel something else. Something walking just slightly out of sync with me. Not behind, not beside, inside the rhythm of my own steps. And the forest, it kept counting. We found it just after noon, when the light should have made everything feel safer. It didn't. The forest looked wrong in daylight too. Not darker, just more honest. Like it was no longer trying to hide anything. I remember stopping first, not because I wanted to. My body just refused to take another step. The ground ahead of us was different. At first, I thought it was a fallen animal. Something large, something torn. But then it moved. Not like an animal struggling. Like something growing. We all saw it at the same time. No one spoke. That was the strange part. Even the radio guy didn't say anything. Just silence. Thick shared silence. On the forest floor, between the roots of 3 old pine trees, there was something pale. Not white. Not gray. Somewhere between skin and wood. It spread in thin layers, like sheets pressed too close together. And it was growing. Slowly. Not crawling, not poolsing. Expanding. Like the forest was adding it, not creating it. I took a step closer, before I realized I was moving. That's when I saw the texture. It wasn't bark. It wasn't flesh either. But it tried to be both. And the worst part, it had lines. Fine lines under the surface. Like fingerprints trapped inside it. I heard someone behind me whisper, "Is that skin?" But no one answered. Because no one wanted to confirm it. The thing on the ground was stretching between the roots, wrapping around them like it belonged there. Like it had always been there. Just waiting to be seen. One of the rangers, Mason, I think, slowly knelt down. He shouldn't have. I knew that even before he touched it. But people do things when they don't understand what they're looking at. They try to make it normal by force. He reached out. His glove hovered over the surface. And I swear to God, before he even touched it, the material reacted. It tightened, like it knew. He froze. "I think it's alive," he said quietly. And the moment he said that, the forest seemed to lean in. Not physically, but attention-wise. Like everything paused just to listen. Mason still touched it. One finger. Just one. And the moment contact happened, the thing under his glove shifted. Not violently. Not fast. It accepted him. Like it recognized pressure. And then something came up through it. A faint imprint. A perfect outline of his fingerprint forming in reverse. As if the material was copying him from the inside. Mason pulled back instantly. Okay, no, he muttered, wiping his glove like that would remove what just happened. But the imprint stayed. Worse, it stayed growing. I felt my throat tighten. This wasn't skin. Not really. It was imitation. Something trying to understand what skin should be. The radio crackled again, cutting through the silence. "Base, we've got something abnormal at Sector 4. Possible organic formation." Static swallowed the rest. Then a sound came through. Not from the radio speaker exactly. From all around us. A soft dragging noise. Like something moving under leaves. We turned slowly. Nothing was visible at first. Then I saw the trees. Their bark looked wet. Not with water. With something darker in tone, but not red. Never red. The forest did not bleed red. That thought came into my head, completely uninvited. Like the forest was correcting me, before I even made the mistake. Mason stepped back. "Tell me I'm not the only one seeing this," he said. No one answered, because the truth was worse than agreeing. We all saw it. The skin was spreading upward now. Not fast, but steady, across roots, across rocks, touching anything that stayed still too long. I realized something then. It wasn't growing randomly. It was choosing surfaces that didn't move, like it needed silence to expand. I looked at the trees again, and that's when I noticed it. The bark patterns were changing, subtly, almost invisibly, but changing. The same fingerprint-like ridges we saw before were forming everywhere now, not just in isolated marks. The entire forest was becoming layered with them, like the trees were slowly remembering hands. My radio hissed again. This time a voice broke through clearly. Too clearly. "K, don't." Then static. Then again. "Don't touch it." It wasn't a warning tone. It sounded tired, like whoever was speaking had already tried and failed. I felt my stomach drop, because that voice sounded familiar, but I couldn't place it. One of the newer rangers stepped back too fast and slipped. His boot hit the edge of the pale growth, and for a split second, everything changed. The surface reacted, not like an attack, like recognition. It wrapped slightly around his boot, not grabbing, not pulling, just fitting. He screamed and yanked his foot away. But when he did, part of the material stretched with him, thin strands breaking away like wet fibers. And where they broke, they grew again instantly, replacing themselves. I felt something cold crawl up my spine. This wasn't damage. It was replication. The forest wasn't injured by us. It was learning from us. Mason was breathing too fast now. "We should burn it," he said. But even as he said it, no one moved. Because deep down, we all understood something without saying it. Fire would just teach it warmth. The wind shifted again, and with it the sound returned. That dragging whisper under the trees. Closer now, more organized, like it was circling us. I turned slowly, and I saw something between the trunks. A patch of the same pale material. But this time, it wasn't on the ground. It was standing, vertical, attached to a tree like bark should be, but shaped like something that once stood upright. Something that tried to become a person and failed halfway. Its surface rippled gently, not breathing, but responding, like it was aware of us looking at it. Someone behind me whispered, "We're inside it." I didn't know who said it, but I couldn't argue, because I finally understood the pattern. The forest wasn't growing something new. It was reconstructing something old, from whatever it had absorbed. Memories, impressions, touch. We weren't observing it. We were feeding it. The radio suddenly went dead. No static, just silence. Absolute silence. And that was worse than anything before it, because now we were completely alone in it. No outside voice, no confirmation, just the forest in us. Mason stepped back again, shaking his head slowly. "We need to leave," he said. But even as he said it, no one turned around, because something had changed behind us. The path we came from wasn't clear anymore. The trees had shifted, not dramatically, not obviously, just enough to make the way back uncertain. The forest had rearranged itself while we weren't paying attention. I swallowed hard, and for the first time since we entered this section, I realized something terrifyingly simple. The forest wasn't reacting to us. It was guiding us, and whatever this thing was growing beneath the bark, It wasn't done learning what we are. It was still watching, still copying, still becoming. He was already sitting when we found him. Not hiding, not running, just sitting at the edge of the broken Ranger Road, like he had been placed there and forgotten. His uniform was torn, but not in a violent way, more like it had been gently separated, like cloth pulled apart slowly without tearing. I remember the first thing that felt wrong. His face, not injured, not bleeding, just slightly mismatched, like someone had assembled it from memory instead of skin. "Hey," one of the team called out. The man didn't react. He was staring at the ground, drawing something in the dirt with a broken twig. Slow lines, repeated patterns over and over. When we got closer, I saw what he was drawing. Faces, but not whole faces. Pieces. An eye here, a mouth somewhere else, a nose drawn twice in different sizes. Like he was rebuilding people from fragments he didn't understand. "Sir," I said carefully. That's when he looked up. And I swear, my stomach dropped before my mind could explain why. Because his eyes didn't match. One was focused, human. The other slightly delayed, like it arrived a second late to whatever it was seeing. He blinked. Only one eye blinked. The other stayed still. Then he spoke. His voice was dry, like it hadn't been used properly in a long time. "It's not hunting you," he said. No greeting, no context, just that. One of the rangers stepped forward. "What are you talking about? Are you from the missing search unit?" The man didn't answer the question. Instead, he tilted his head slightly, like he was listening to something we couldn't hear. Then he whispered, "It peels you." Silence fell instantly. Even the wind seemed to hesitate. I felt something tighten in my chest. "Peels?" I asked. He nodded slowly, like confirming something obvious. "Not skin," he said. "Not really. It starts with identity." I didn't understand that at first. None of us did. But the way he said it, it didn't sound like confusion. It sounded like memory. Like he had already seen too much to explain it cleanly. He stood up slowly. And that's when I noticed something worse. His shadow didn't move correctly. It lagged behind him by a fraction of a second. Not fully detached. Just delayed. Like it wasn't sure it belonged to him anymore. He started walking toward us. No aggression, no urgency. Just slow, steady movement. We didn't step back right away. That was the mistake. He stopped right in front of us, close enough that I could smell the damp forest on his clothes. But also something else. Something neutral. Like empty space. "You think you are one person," he said quietly. Then he pointed at each of us, one by one. "But it learns you in parts." I felt my throat go dry. One of the rangers muttered, "We need medical evac. This guy lost it." But the survivor shook his head. A small, tired motion. "No," he said, "you don't understand. I'm the proof." That word stayed in my head longer than anything else. Proof? Before I could ask what he meant, he turned slightly and knelt down again. He pressed the twig into the dirt and began drawing again. But this time faster, more precise. And as he drew, I realized something horrible. The faces weren't random. They were us. Not perfect portraits, but accurate enough to recognize. Our eyes, our mouths, our expressions from earlier today. Even things I didn't remember showing. Like fear I hadn't admitted yet. My skin went cold. "How do you know that?" I asked. He didn't look up. "I don't," he said. "It knows you. I just see what's left after it passes through." That sentence didn't make sense at first. but something in it felt correct. Too correct. Like my mind didn't want to argue. One of the younger rangers took a step forward, voice shaking. "Okay, enough. You're coming with us. We'll get you help." The survivor paused. For the first time, he looked directly at that ranger and smiled, but only with half his face. The other half stayed still. "No," he said softly, "you won't take me anywhere." Then he lifted his hand and pointed into the forest behind us. "You already passed it once." We turned instinctively. Nothing was there, just trees. But something felt wrong about the direction, like the space itself had rotated slightly. When I looked back at him, he was still pointing, but now his finger was longer, not physically stretching in a visible way, just wrong in proportion. Too extended, too certain. "I saw it peel a man once," he continued quietly. "Not his skin, his recognition." That word hit harder than the others. Recognition. He noticed my confusion and added almost gently, "You know when someone looks at you and knows you're you. That part." My stomach twisted. He tapped his own chest. "It takes that first." A cold silence followed. Even the forest felt closer now, like it had moved slightly while we weren't paying attention. One of the rangers whispered, "This is impossible." The survivor nodded like he agreed. "Yes," he said, "that's why it works." Then he stood again, this time more steadily, more aligned, and I realized something I didn't want to realize. He looked more human when he wasn't trying to look human. He started walking again, not away from us, not toward us, just through us. And as he passed each ranger, something subtle changed. Not visibly, but emotionally. A hesitation, a delay in reaction, like our thoughts were taking longer to arrive at conclusions. I felt it when he passed me, a strange gap in my awareness, like I forgot what I was about to think. Then it returned, but slightly rearranged. That terrified me more than anything physical could. I turned back toward him quickly. "Stop," I said. He paused, slowly turned his head, and for a second I saw it. Not fully, not clearly, but underneath his expression, something else. Layers, not of skin, not of damage, but of presence. Like more than one version of him was trying to occupy the same space. He spoke again. "It doesn't kill you," he said. "It separates what you are." I shook my head. What does that even mean? He looked almost sad then, like I was the one not understanding something obvious. "Your memory of yourself," he said. "Your memory in others, your memory in the world." He stepped closer, and then it decides which one stays. The forest wind shifted again, and I swear I heard something inside it. Not words, not counting. This time agreement. One of the rangers raised his weapon. "Enough, you're coming back with us." But the survivor didn't flinch. Instead, he tilted his head again and said something that made my blood turn cold. "I already left." We didn't understand until he started fading. Not disappearing, not vanishing, just becoming less consistent. Like our eyes couldn't decide how to hold him together. One moment fully there, the next slightly out of alignment, then stable again, then not. I felt my breath catch, because the worst part wasn't that he was fading. It was that we were slowly forgetting how he looked when he was fully there. One ranger whispered, I can't hold his face in my head." That broke something in me, because I felt it too. The image of him was slipping. like trying to remember water after it's gone. The survivor gave one last look at all of us, and for a moment he looked almost complete, fully present, fully real. "Don't trust what stays consistent," he said quietly. "That's where it lives." Then he turned and walked into the trees, and this time the forest didn't move to hide him. It made space, like it already knew him, like it already had parts of him stored somewhere deeper. We stood there for a long time after he was gone. No one spoke, because something had changed inside us. Not physically, not visibly, but slightly out of alignment. And none of us were sure anymore which parts of us were still original. The report was supposed to end it. That's what they told us. Write everything down, file it, close the case, move the team out. But nothing about this felt closed. Not even close. I was sitting inside the temporary command cabin when the final report came through. Paper copy and digital, double stamped, official language, clean sentences that tried too hard to sound calm. Environmental anomaly, psychological stress response, missing personnel presumed lost due to terrain conditions. I remember laughing once. Just a short, empty sound. Because I knew what I had seen. And none of it was in that report. The forest wasn't in that report. Not really. Outside the cabin window, the trees stood still. Too still. Like they were waiting for us to accept the explanation so they could continue whatever they were doing without interruption. One of the officers tapped the table. "That's it," he said. "We close it today." No one argued. Not because we agreed. Because arguing felt pointless now. Something had already decided the outcome. The forest just hadn't told us yet. I signed my part slowly. My hand didn't feel like mine while I wrote, like I was copying something I had already written somewhere else. When I finished, I looked at the file. Case closed. The words should have felt like relief. They didn't. They felt incomplete, like a sentence missing its final word. That night I couldn't sleep. The cabin was quiet but not peaceful. There's a difference people don't talk about enough. Peace feels full. This felt watched. I kept thinking about the ranger who said the forest counts. About the survivor who said identity gets peeled. About the skin that wasn't skin. And I kept telling myself it was over. Officially over. But then the radio crackled. Even though it was switched off. I froze instantly. No one else was awake. At least I don't think they were. The radio sat on the desk. Dead, but still making noise. Soft static at first. Then something worse. Breathing. Not mine. Not human in rhythm. Slow, measured, patient. I stood up without thinking. The sound stopped the moment I moved closer. Of course it did. Because it knew. That was the first thought that didn't feel like fear anymore. It knew I was listening. I turned the radio slightly and saw something that shouldn't have been there. A new recording light. Blinking. Red. The device wasn't supposed to have power. But it did. And then the voice came through. Not distorted. Not broken. Clear. Too clear. Case closed, it said. I stepped back immediately. My throat tightened. Because that wasn't my voice. But it sounded like it had been shaped from it. Like someone had learned how I speak by listening too long. The radio continued. But not solved. I turned it off instantly. Pulled the battery out. It still whispered for 1 second after that. Then silence. Complete silence. The kind that feels planned. I didn't sleep after that. I stayed outside instead. The air was cold, sharp, too clean for a place like this. The forest looked normal again from a distance. That's what made it worse. Normal meant it was hiding better. I walked without direction at first, just needed distance from the cabin, from the report, from the idea that anything here could be closed. My boots pressed into soft ground. Each step felt louder than it should have. And then I saw it. At the edge of the clearing, a file folder, placed neatly on a rock, like it had been delivered. I didn't want to touch it, but I did, because that's what people always do when something shouldn't exist. Inside were printed pages, not the official report. Something else. Field notes, raw logs, and my name was on them. Not just mentioned, written as author. My stomach dropped before I even read the first line. Subject continues observation of forest response patterns. I shook my head immediately. No, I whispered, I didn't write this. But the handwriting was mine. Not close, not similar. Mine. Every curve, every spacing habit, every mistake I usually correct later. My hands started shaking. I flipped the page. Another entry. Subject reports continued identity fragmentation among team members. My breath stopped for a second, because I never reported that. I never wrote that phrase. And yet there it was, page after page, documenting things I remember living, but not writing. Then something worse. A sketch. The forest, but not as trees, as overlapping outlines, like it was remembering different versions of itself at once. And in the center of it, a human figure, half-formed, layers peeling outward. I dropped the folder immediately. It hit the ground too softly. No impact sound. That's when I noticed something else. The forest had moved closer. Not suddenly, not dramatically, just reduced distance, like it had been edited. I stepped back slowly, and that's when I saw the newest addition. Between the trees, carved into bark at eye level. Case closed, but not solved. The same words from the report, except they weren't printed. They were grown, part of the tree itself. I felt something shift inside my chest. Not fear exactly, recognition, because I realized something I didn't want to realize. The forest wasn't adding evidence. It was archiving us. Every report we wrote, every observation, every thought we repeated too often. It was absorbing them and rewriting them into itself. Behind me, I heard footsteps. I turned fast. Nothing. Then I saw it. A new mark on my arm. Just one. Faint, like ink under skin. Not bleeding. Not breaking. Just appearing. I tried to rub it off. It didn't move. Instead, it spread slightly. Not outward. Inward. Like it was settling into something already familiar. My breathing got heavier, because I knew that pattern. I had seen it before. On trees, on bark, on the survivors' drawings. It wasn't damage. It was formation. Something was building structure inside me. I backed away from the trees again, and that's when the wind shifted. Not loud, not strong, just precise. And it carried something with it. A sound I recognized too well now. Counting, not random, not distant, close, personal. 1, I froze. 2, my pulse spiked instantly. 3, I looked around. Nothing visible, but everything felt occupied. 4. The counting wasn't in the air anymore. It was in the rhythm of my thoughts, like it was matching me instead of following me. I stepped backward again, and the counting stopped instantly, like it had corrected itself based on my movement. That was when I understood the worst part. We weren't being observed anymore. We were being learned. And once something learns you completely, it doesn't need you to stay separate. Back in the cabin, the other officers were gone. Not missing, not evacuated, just absent. Their gear still there, their coffee still warm. Too warm, like they had left moments ago, or never existed fully in that space. The report on the table had changed. I know that sounds impossible, but it had. The final page now had additional text. Fresh ink. No printer involved. It read, "Additional evidence acquired post-closure." My hands went cold, because I understood what that meant. We were still part of the case, even after it was closed. The forest hadn't finished collecting. Outside, the trees stood perfectly still again. But I didn't trust stillness anymore, because now I knew what it meant. Stillness wasn't absence. It was processing. I sat down slowly, trying to hold on to something real inside my mind. My name, my memory, my role. But even that felt slightly delayed now, like I had to wait for myself to arrive. And just before everything went quiet again, I saw it. On the window glass, a faint imprint forming from the inside. Not pressed against it, from within it, finger by finger, slowly becoming visible. And I realized something I wasn't ready to say out loud. The case wasn't closed. It was just moving inward, and we were still inside it. The second I stepped past the broken sign, my watch stopped. Not slowed, not glitching. It just froze at 11:47, like time itself had decided to hold its breath with me. I remember laughing at it at first, a small, nervous sound. I tapped the glass, shook my wrist, even cursed it under my breath. Nothing changed. The second hand didn't even twitch. Behind me, the road was already gone. Not hidden, gone. Like someone had erased it while I wasn't looking. That should have been my first warning. But I kept walking into Hour Zero woods anyway. I don't know why. Maybe because I thought it was just a name locals made up, a superstition, a warning to keep tourists out. Or maybe because I was tired, and tired people don't always listen to fear the right way. The trees closed in slowly, like they were remembering how to stand. The air felt wrong too. Not cold, not warm, just paused, like the world had been muted. And then I noticed something strange. No sound of insects. No birds. Not even wind. Only my footsteps on dry leaves, and even that sounded softer than it should have. Every few steps I checked my phone. No signal. Battery full, but the screen flickered like it didn't trust itself. That's when I saw the second sign. A metal post half swallowed by bark. It had an old clock nailed to it. The clock face was cracked. All the numbers were there, but the hands were missing, like something had eaten them. I stood there staring at it longer than I should have. I don't know why. Something about it felt familiar, like I had seen it in a dream I couldn't remember fully. Then I heard it. A faint ticking. Not from the clock. From the forest. I froze. The sound was distant, uneven, like it didn't belong to one object. It came in fragments, somewhere behind me, somewhere ahead, and somehow inside my head too. I turned slowly, expecting nothing. But the trees were closer now. Or maybe I had moved without realizing. That was the first time I felt it. The sense that the forest was adjusting itself around me. like I wasn't walking through it anymore. I was being placed inside it. I tried to convince myself it was stress, travel fatigue, maybe dehydration. I even spoke out loud just to hear a human voice. Hello. My voice came back, slightly delayed. Not echoed, delayed. Like the forest had taken a moment to decide if I was worth responding to. I stopped talking after that. Deeper in, the path split into two. One side looked darker, almost swallowed by hanging branches. The other looked normal, too normal, like it was staged. I chose the darker one, because the normal one felt like a trap. That's when I noticed something else. My watch started moving again. Slowly, but in reverse. The second hand dragged backward, hesitant, like it was afraid of what forward meant here. My throat went dry. I kept walking anyway. Every step now came with that ticking sound growing stronger, not louder, closer, like it was circling me. Then I saw the first tree with marks. At first I thought it was scratches, animal claws maybe, but when I got closer, my stomach dropped. They were numbers, carved into the bark, not random ones. My birthday. I stepped back instantly. My heart hit my ribs so hard it hurt. I told myself it was impossible, coincidence, some prank, but deep down I already knew something worse was happening. Because the numbers weren't just carved. They were still fresh. Sap was leaking from them, like the tree had just been written on. And then I heard it again. Tick, tick, tick. But now it wasn't scattered. It was organized, like something was counting. Behind me. I turned too fast this time. Nothing there. Just trees. But the feeling stayed. Someone or something was measuring me. Not watching. Measuring. I started walking faster. That's when I saw the lantern, hanging from a branch that shouldn't have been able to hold anything. It wasn't bright, not like fire, not like electricity. It was steady, a soft amber glow that didn't flicker even when I waved my hand in front of it. And it was waiting. For me. I don't know how I knew that, but I did. The lantern didn't sway in the wind. It didn't react to anything around it. Except me. When I stopped, it stopped glowing brighter. When I moved, it followed. Not physically, but visually. Like it was always facing me, no matter where I stood. My chest tightened, because I realized something worse than everything before. The forest wasn't random. It was responding. I tried to leave the path. Instantly the trees felt resistant, not physical, emotional, like walking away from them made them unhappy. The ticking stopped. Complete silence. That silence was worse than the sound, because it meant attention. I stepped back onto the path quickly. The ticking returned instantly. Relief and fear hit at the same time. That's when I understood the rule, even if no one told me. Stay aligned with the forest or become noticeable. I don't know how long I walked like that. Minutes, hours. Time didn't behave normally anymore. My watch still moved backward, but the sky above barely changed. No sunset. No shift in light. Just a constant gray glow, like the sun had forgotten how to move. At some point, I saw something that made my stomach twist again. A second lantern. Then a third. Then more. Hanging deeper between the trees like a trail. A path made of light. Leading somewhere. Or trapping me somewhere. I followed it because I didn't have a better choice. And because part of me wanted to know what was at the end. Every lantern I passed felt slightly different. Some brighter. Some dimmer. Some flickered for just a fraction of a second, when I looked directly at them, like they were reacting to my thoughts. The forest around them felt tighter now, less like space, more like memory. Then I heard a voice, clear, close, my name. I stopped so fast I almost fell. It wasn't an echo. It wasn't wind. It sounded like someone standing just behind my ear. I turned slowly. Nothing, but the lantern ahead of me flickered once, like it approved. That's when I realized something I still can't explain properly. The forest wasn't just alive. It was aware, and it knew me. Not my presence. Me. My name, my thoughts, my fear. Everything. I started walking again, but now every step felt heavier, like I was carrying something invisible that didn't belong to me. The lantern trail started descending slightly, leading into a dip between the trees. The air changed there, thicker, almost humid, and the ticking returned again, but now it wasn't outside me. It felt synchronized with my heartbeat. Tick, my pulse. Tick, my breath. Tick, my fear. I reached the lowest point and stopped, because the lantern in front of me wasn't hanging anymore. It was held by something I couldn't fully see. A shape in the dark, human height, almost human posture, but wrong in the way it stood. Too still, too patient, and the lantern in its hand glowed brighter the longer I looked at it. Then it tilted its head slightly, not like curiosity, like recognition. And in that moment, I understood the most terrifying possibility of all. The forest wasn't leading me somewhere new. It was checking if I was still the same person who entered. And if I was, I don't know what it would decide. The lantern pulsed once, slow, deliberate, like a heartbeat that wasn't mine. And behind it, deeper in the woods, I heard something else moving closer. More lanterns, or something carrying them. I took a step back without thinking, and every lantern in the forest went dim at the same time, except the one in front of me. It stayed lit, waiting, counting, and I realized the ticking had stopped again, which meant something had just finished measuring me. And I still don't know what number it reached. I stopped counting after the 7th time I saw the campsite again. Same burned log, same half-collapsed tent, same cold ash circle in the dirt. It shouldn't have been possible. I walked straight, no turns, no loops, no hesitation. But the forest kept handing me back the same place, like it was waiting for me to notice something I was missing. The first time I returned, I told myself I messed up. Maybe I drifted left without realizing. Maybe fatigue fooled my sense of direction. The second time, I didn't speak. The third time, I checked the ground. My footprints were already there. Not old, not faded, fresh, like I had just stepped in them moments before arriving. That's when my stomach went cold, because I hadn't walked in a circle. I had walked forward, into something that kept folding me back. The campsite didn't change. That was the worst part. Even the wind felt staged. A faint movement through the trees that never touched the fire pit, never touched the tent, never touched me. Like the air itself had been told where to stop. I dropped my backpack on the 4th return. It hit the ground with the same sound every time. Same distance, same dull thud. Like even sound was repeating now. I looked at my watch. It still didn't work. But now it wasn't frozen. It was cycling. 11:47. 11:47. 11:47. No seconds moving forward, no backward motion. Just the same moment pressing itself again and again. like it didn't trust me to leave it behind. I pressed the glass hard enough to hurt my thumb. Nothing changed. That's when I realized something I didn't want to accept. The forest wasn't confusing me. It was correcting me. On the fifth return, I tried marking the trees. I carved a line into the bark with my knife, deep enough to bleed sap. Then I walked. Straight. No turning. No stopping. I focused only on forward movement, like if I refused doubt, the forest would have no choice but to obey. For a while it worked. The campsite didn't appear immediately. My chest started to loosen. Just a little. Then I saw smoke. Same direction. Same angle. Same burned log, rising from the ground like it had never been left. I didn't even swear this time. I just stood there, because I realized something worse than being lost. I was being replayed. The sixth time I ran. Not fast at first, then faster. Branches scratched my arms, my breath broke into pieces. But no matter how hard I pushed forward, the forest stayed identical. Same density of trees. Same broken branch hanging low on the left. Same patch of moss shaped like a footprint. And then, the campsite again. Waiting. Patient. Like it had never been anywhere else. I bent over, hands on my knees, breathing hard. That's when I noticed something new. My carved mark on the tree. It was already there. But not just there. It was older. Darker. Deeper. Like it had been weathered for days. Maybe weeks. I stepped back slowly. My throat went dry. Because I remembered something clearly. I had made that mark less than 10 minutes ago. The forest was not just repeating space. It was rewriting time around me. On the seventh return, I stopped walking. I just stood still on the path. Refused movement. Refused direction. I told myself, if I don't move, it can't loop me. For a few minutes, nothing happened. The forest was quiet in that same unnatural way. No birds, no wind, no distant life. Just pressure, like the air was waiting for permission. Then I heard it. Footsteps. Behind me. Slow, careful. Human. I turned instantly. Nothing there. But the campsite was now closer. I hadn't moved. At least I don't think I had. That's when I understood the rule breaking me. The forest didn't need me to walk. It just needed me to exist inside its decision. I sat down near the fire pit on the eighth return. Not because I was tired. Because I needed to test something. I took out my lighter. Flipped it open. The flame appeared instantly. Perfect, steady, wrongly steady. It didn't flicker even when I shook my hand. Just like everything else here. I held it near the ash. Nothing changed. Then I said it out loud, even though I didn't want to. This is the same day. My voice sounded normal. Too normal. Like it didn't belong to the situation. The moment I said it, the forest reacted. Not loudly. Not violently. Subtly. The light dimmed slightly. Just a fraction. Like something had acknowledged my observation. That scared me more than any noise would have. Because it meant awareness. The ninth time I returned, I didn't panic anymore. That was worse. Because panic means you still believe escape exists. I walked slower now. Studying everything. Looking for differences. Looking for cracks in repetition. And I found one. The tent flap. Every previous cycle, it was closed. This time, it was slightly open. Just a few inches. Enough to suggest someone had just been inside. My pulse tightened instantly. I didn't approach right away. I just watched it, waiting for movement. The forest didn't help. It didn't warn me. It just existed around me like a witness refusing to speak. Finally, I moved forward, step by step. The closer I got, the heavier my body felt. Not physically, mentally, like the air was reminding me I was not supposed to see what was inside. I reached the tent, paused, listened. Nothing. Then I pulled the flap open. Inside was empty, but not untouched. There was a sleeping bag, folded neatly, warm, not visually warm, physically warm. I felt it the moment I touched it, like someone had just stood up from it seconds ago. My hand froze, because I realized something horrifying. The campsite wasn't repeating. It was being used, again and again, without me fully seeing who else was here. I stepped back slowly, and that's when I noticed it. A second set of footprints in the dirt. Mine, and another one, always just slightly ahead of mine, leading in the same direction, but not matching my timing. Someone was walking this loop too, but not at the same time I was. I whispered without meaning to. "Who's here?" The forest didn't answer, but the tent flap moved slightly. Just once, like something inside had heard me breathe. On the 10th return, I stopped trying to leave. I just followed the other footprints, because now I needed to know. If I wasn't alone in this loop, then what was I sharing it with? The prints led away from the campsite this time, not back into the forest. Deeper, more deliberate, like whoever made them knew where the exit was. My chest tightened as I followed. For the first time, the campsite didn't reappear immediately behind me. That alone felt wrong. Too quiet, too generous. The footprints led to a clearing I hadn't seen before. A place where the trees stood farther apart. And in the center was the same burned log, same ash circle, same campsite. Again, but this time, there were two tents. One was mine, the other was already occupied, and I don't remember setting it up. I didn't notice the second tent at first. My eyes were locked on the shape inside it. A shadow sitting perfectly still. Not moving, not reacting. Just waiting like it already knew I was going to look. My throat went dry so fast it hurt. Because the first thought that hit me was simple and wrong at the same time. Someone is here. But the second thought came right after it. Someone has always been here. The fire pit between the two tents was cold, but the ash looked fresh, not scattered by wind, not aged by time. It looked used, recently used. I took a step forward without thinking, then stopped again. My body refused to commit, because the shadow inside the second tent finally moved. Not fast, not sudden, just a slow shift, like it was adjusting its attention onto me. And then I heard something I didn't expect. A voice, familiar. My tent. It was soft, confused, like someone waking up from a nap and realizing the room had changed. My heart slammed hard, because I knew that voice. It was mine, or it sounded like mine. I shook my head once, trying to clear it. "No," I whispered, even though I didn't know what I was denying. The tent flap moved again, and then the person stepped out. I stopped breathing completely. He looked like me. Not similar. Not close. Me. Same face, same height, same jacket, same dirt-stained sleeves. Even the small tear on the left cuff was there. But his eyes were wrong. Not empty. Not dead, just unfamiliar, like he had never seen fear before and didn't know what it meant yet. He looked at me like I was the stranger. Then he smiled slightly, confused. Did I come back early? My mouth opened, but nothing came out, because my brain refused to accept what it was seeing. Another me, standing in my campsite, in a tent I never set up, and acting like I was the one intruding. Behind him, the second tent shifted again, and I saw another shape inside. A hand pressed briefly against the fabric, then disappeared. My stomach tightened instantly, because that wasn't one copy. That was more than one. The forest didn't just loop time. It duplicated it. The man who looked like me stepped closer. Slow, careful, like I might break if he moved too fast. You're early, he said again, softer now. I didn't expect you yet. My throat finally worked. What do you mean, yet? He frowned slightly, like the question didn't make sense. Like I was the one speaking nonsense. I just went down the ridge, he said. We checked the eastern line, same as always. My hands went cold. We, always. Those words didn't belong together in a normal sentence. I took a step back without realizing it. The ground felt unstable under my feet. No, I said again, stronger this time. I just got here. That made him stop. Really stop. His expression changed slowly. Not fear. Recognition. Like something in my answer had broken a pattern he depended on. That's impossible, he said quietly. Then he looked past me. Not at me. Through me. And for a second I felt it. That same sensation from earlier. Being measured. Not by the forest this time. By him. Or by whatever he had become inside this place. The second tent moved again. This time more clearly. A second presence inside shifted closer to the opening. I took another step back. My voice dropped. How many of you are there? He didn't answer immediately. That pause told me everything. Too many. Then he sighed. Not tired. Resigned. We didn't count anymore, he said. The way he said it made my skin tight. Like counting had stopped being useful. Like it had been replaced by something worse. I forced myself to look around. The campsite didn't feel empty anymore. It felt layered. Like different versions of the same moment were stacked on top of each other, slightly misaligned. I could almost hear it now. Not ticking. Breathing. Multiple slow breaths underneath the silence. I turned back to him. Who are you? I asked. He looked at me strangely. Not offended. Just unsure how to answer something so basic. I'm you, he said. Then he added, almost casually. From yesterday. My stomach dropped so hard, I had to grip my own arm to stay standing. Yesterday. The word hit like a crack in glass. Because I suddenly remembered something I didn't want to trust. The loop. The repetition. The feeling that time wasn't moving forward properly. But this wasn't repetition. This was accumulation. I stepped closer again, despite everything in me screaming not to. You remember entering this forest? I asked. He nodded slowly. Yes. Today. He hesitated. That hesitation was worse than a yes or no. Yes, he said finally. But his voice didn't sound certain anymore. Behind him, the second tent shifted again. This time I saw more clearly. A hand, then another, then a face pressed briefly against the fabric from inside. Watching, waiting, not panicking, just observing, like this was normal. like this had always been normal. I backed away again. My breathing started to break. "No," I said under my breath. "This doesn't make sense." He tilted his head slightly. "It stopped making sense after the second day," he said calmly. Second day. That word shouldn't have meant anything to me. But it did, because I suddenly felt something I couldn't explain. A memory that wasn't fully mine. Waking up in the same tent, same fire pit, same sky that refused to change. Same me, but slightly different each time. Like I had been copied, but not perfectly. I pressed my hand against my forehead. "No," I whispered again. "No, I didn't." But I stopped, because I wasn't sure what I hadn't done. That was the worst part. The uncertainty wasn't external anymore. It was inside me. The man who looked like me watched quietly. Then he said something softer. "You're earlier than we expected this cycle." Cycle. That word snapped something in my mind. Because now I understood the shape of the trap. It wasn't a loop. It was a cycle of versions. Different me's, arriving at slightly different times, each believing they were the original. Each one resetting the forest without realizing it. I looked at him sharply. "Where do the others go?" I asked. He didn't answer immediately. Then he finally said, "They stopped noticing differences." My skin went cold. "What does that mean?" He looked toward the trees for a moment, like he was remembering something he didn't like remembering. "Eventually," he said, "you stop remembering you're repeating." The wind shifted slightly at that exact moment. And for the first time, I realized something behind me had moved. Slowly, quietly. I didn't turn. I didn't need to. Because I could feel it. More tense. More presence. Not arriving. Already there. The forest wasn't expanding. It was layering versions of us into the same space. The man in front of me took a step back toward his tent. "Don't stay too long at this version of the camp," he said casually. Like it was advice. Like this was normal. I shook my head. "This isn't real," I said. He paused, then gave a small, tired smile. "That's what I said yesterday." Something inside the second tent shifted again. Closer now. More intentional. I finally understood what I had been avoiding. I wasn't meeting another version of me. I was meeting what I would become after enough repetitions. And the forest wasn't trying to trap me. It was trying to overwrite me. The man turned slightly before going back inside. Then he stopped. "One last thing," almost like an afterthought. "Oh," he said quietly, "when you hear the counting again, don't answer it." My throat tightened instantly. "The counting?" I asked. But he was already stepping into the tent. And as the flap closed behind him, I heard it. Very faint. From everywhere at once. Tick. Not like a clock. Like a system restarting. And I realized something terrifying. The forest wasn't just keeping me here. It was preparing the next version of me to arrive. And I didn't know how many cycles had already passed before I ever noticed. I knew something was wrong when I tried to turn back, and I couldn't remember what back even meant anymore. Not the direction, not the path. The idea. My feet kept moving forward like they had already decided for me. Like the forest had quietly agreed on where I was allowed to go. I stopped. The air felt heavier when I stopped, like the woods were waiting for me to choose wrong. Behind me there was nothing familiar. No trail, no marks, just trees standing too close together like they had leaned in while I wasn't looking. I blinked hard. "Okay," I whispered to myself, "just go back the way you came." But the problem was simple. I couldn't picture it. Not the campsite, not the entrance road, not even the sky outside the forest. It was like someone had taken a knife and cut the world cleanly around me, leaving only this place behind. A cold thought slid in. What does outside look like? I tried to grab the memory. I swear I did. But it slipped through me like smoke. A sound came from somewhere deeper in the trees. A branch snapping slowly, too slowly, like something stepping carefully instead of walking. I turned my head fast. Nothing. But the silence after that sound didn't feel empty. It felt focused, like I had been noticed. I started walking again, not because I wanted to, because standing still felt worse. Every step made the same sound, crunch, soft dirt, wet leaves. But something was off in the rhythm. It didn't feel like I was moving through space. It felt like I was being measured, like the forest was counting me. I tried to distract myself, think of roads, cities, anything. But my mind refused. Instead, I saw trees, only trees. Tall, close, repeating. The same shape started appearing again and again. A broken branch shaped like a hand, a knot in wood that looked like an eye, a strip of bark hanging like skin. I stopped again. No, I said out loud this time. No, I'm not imagining this. But my voice sounded wrong, smaller, less certain. That's when I saw the first mark. On a tree just ahead. A scratch. No, not a scratch. A line pressed into the bark from the inside, like something had pushed out. I stepped closer. My fingers hovered near it, and I realized something that made my stomach tight. It looked like a fingerprint. Human, but not made on the surface. Made from within the tree. I pulled my hand back instantly. My breath came faster. What the hell, I whispered. Then I noticed more. On the next tree, and the next, all around me. Dozens of them. Fingerprints in the bark, pressed outward, as if something inside the wood had once tried to get out. Or still was. A sudden memory flickered in my mind. Or maybe it wasn't mine. A hand against glass. Pounding. Not asking to be let in. Asking to be let out. I stumbled back. My heel hit something soft. I turned. A boot. Lying perfectly upright on the forest floor. Not fallen. Placed. Neatly. Like someone had arranged it. My eyes widened. Then I saw another. And another. A line of boots stretching between the trees. All facing the same direction. All pointing deeper into the forest. My throat went dry. No hikers leave their boots like this, I said, but it sounded like a question instead of a statement. I looked around again, faster now. Everything felt staged. Even the wind felt controlled, like it was only moving where it was allowed to. I turned back toward the direction I thought I came from, and my heart dropped. The path was gone. Not hidden. Gone. There was only forest now, like it had always been that way. My chest tightened. I tried to breathe slower, but my body wasn't listening. That's when I heard it. A voice. Soft. Close. Too close. Don't look for outside. I froze. The voice didn't echo. It didn't travel. It just appeared in my ear like it had always been there. I spun around. Nothing. But my eyes caught something new on the bark of a nearby tree. More fingerprints. Fresh. Still dark against the wood. Like they had just been made. My mind screamed at me to run. But I didn't know where. Because the worst part was coming back now. Slowly. Quietly. I couldn't remember what I was running toward, only that I was supposed to be somewhere else. Somewhere not here. I pressed my hands against my head. Think, I told myself, just think. But thinking didn't help. It made things worse, because every thought I tried to form started ending in the same place. The forest. I looked down at my boots. Mud, leaves, scratch marks. They felt unfamiliar now, like they belonged to someone else. A new sound cut through the silence. Footsteps. Not mine. Behind me. Slow. Deliberate. I didn't turn right away. Something inside me hesitated, like turning too quickly would make it real. But the footsteps stopped. So I turned. Nothing. Of course, nothing. But now I noticed something worse. The trees had changed positions. Not dramatically. Just enough. Just enough that I wasn't sure they were the same trees anymore. My stomach dropped. No, I whispered again. No, no, no. I started walking faster. Then faster. Then almost running. But the forest didn't react. It didn't care. It simply stayed the same distance away, no matter how hard I moved. Like it wasn't space. Like it was repetition. And then I saw it. A clearing. My heart jumped. Relief hit me too fast. I pushed forward, almost stumbling into it. But the moment I entered, I stopped. Because it wasn't a clearing. It was the same campsite. The same burnt ring of fire. The same broken log. The same empty space where my memory said I had already been. My breath caught. No, I said again, but this time it came out weaker. I walked closer. Everything was exactly as before. Even the small pile of ash. Still warm looking somehow, like it had never fully cooled. But I hadn't been here. Had I? My head hurt trying to answer. I looked around for proof. Anything. And then I saw it. A boot. One I recognized. Mine. Placed neatly beside the fire ring. Facing outward. Like it was waiting for me. My hands shook. I backed away slowly. This wasn't possible. I had been walking for hours. Maybe longer. And yet I was here again. Exactly here. A loop. A trap. Or something worse. Something that didn't let me leave because I had already left once, and it had decided that was enough. The trees around the campsite felt closer now. Watching. Waiting. And then I realized something that made my blood go cold. I didn't know how I got here this time. I couldn't remember the walk back. At all. As if the moment I stopped paying attention, it was erased. A whisper brushed my ear again. Fainter this time. Almost gentle. You forgot how to leave. I froze completely. My throat tightened. Because that wasn't a threat. It sounded like a fact. Slowly, I looked down at the boot again. And for a second, just a second, I swore I saw something moving inside the bark of the nearest tree. Pressing outward, testing the surface, trying to remember how to become something else. I stepped back. My heel hit ash, and the world around me shifted slightly. Not loudly, not visibly, just enough to tell me one thing. The forest wasn't finished with me yet. And somewhere deeper in it, something was still learning my name.